أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. المرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين ومن تبعهم بإحسان ودعا بدعوتهم واستنى بسنتهم أجمعين أما بعد. قال الله عز وجل: فبشر العباد الذين يستمعون القول فيتبعون أحسنه أولئك الذين هداهم الله وأولئك هم أولو الألباب. بارك الله لنا ولكم في القرآن العظيم ونفعنا وإياكم بما فيه من الآيات والذكر الحكيم. We begin with the praise of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we send salutations upon Nabi Kareem sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And we thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving us the tawfiq to come and gather and to learn the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. My dear respected brothers and elders, the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is something very precious in His eyes. And this deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is complete. And this deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is perfect in every sense. Allah ta'ala says, الْيَوْمَ أَكْمَلْتُ لَكُمْ دِينَكُمْ, that today I have perfected, I have completed your religion for you. وَأَتْمَمْتُ عَلَيْكُمْ نِعْمَتِي, and I have completed my favor upon you. وَرَضِيتُ لَكُمُ الْإِسْلَامَ دِينًا, and I have chosen Islam to be your religion. So my dear respected brothers and elders, this deen that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us is very valuable. And this deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala covers all aspects of life. And the theme of today's program is nikah, as well as separation, talak, iddah, raj'ah, etc. So inshallah these things will be spoken about in detail. Inshallah advices will be given. Like we mentioned last program, we try and sit here with the intention of listening to everything attentively and bringing this into practice. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, فَبَشِّرِ عِبَادِ, that give glad tidings to my servants, الَّذِينَ يَسْتَمِعُونَ الْقَوْلِ, that they listen very carefully to what is being said. فَيَتَّبِعُونَ أَحْسَنَهُ, and then they follow what is being said with action. We don't merely come to such gatherings to listen, to enjoy ourselves and then to go home. Rather we listen with the intent to bring this into practice. When a person practices upon what he learns, then inshallah Allah ta'ala will bless him, and you will see that by acting on deen, many blessings will come into his life, and inshallah he will become successful in this world as well as hereafter. We also mentioned last time as well the statement of Imam Shafi'i rahimahullah ta'ala in his diwan, in his compilation of poetry. He says, الْعِلْمُ صَيْدٌ وَالْكِتَابَةُ قَيْدُهُ, the ilm is game. It's an animal that is hunted. It's something that is hard to get. وَالْكِتَابَةُ قَيْدُهُ, but the way of capturing this knowledge or retaining this knowledge is by writing it down. This is why inshallah we encourage that instead of merely listening, inshallah there's notepads, pens available as well. We try and take some notes as well. Notes of the advices from Quran, ahadith, from our elders, ulama, etc. And inshallah we try and write these things down. Inshallah the more we write down, the easier it will be to retain. And inshallah we can use it to go over a later date as well. So inshallah without too much delay, moving on to the next slide is just basic overview of today's workshop inshallah. So we've started around 12:50, 12:55, and inshallah until 2:30, so about 1.5 hours will be the first session. This will be delivered by Mufti Abdul Muhid Sahib Dawud Barakatuhum, inshallah. Inshallah we'll cover the principles of a happy marriage, and then he will talk about marital problems as well as their solutions inshallah. After that we'll have a break, so refreshments and Asr Salah. Then we will resume for session 2 at 3 o'clock inshallah. About 40 minutes, 45 minutes, we will discuss the fiqh of divorce, inshallah covering talak, khula, iddah. We will also talk in depth about the issue of 3 talak and the misconceptions with regards to this. And inshallah at the end we'll have about 25 to half an hour left, which will be for question and answers as well inshallah. moving on to the next slide, inshallah we call President Mufti Sir to begin inshallah.
نحمده ونصلي على رسوله الكريم أما بعد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وخلق منها زوجها وبث منها رجالا كثيرا ونساء واتقوا الله الذي تساءلون به والأرحام إن الله كان عليكم رقيبا صدق الله العظيم. Respected listeners, we went through some of the parts in the last session and we ran out of time. We tried to go deep into some of the issues because the time is very important. So we'll go to the very important point, go through the important points, but it is very necessary for us to try to take these points. And there is no clear one solution to a happy marriage. If we look at the principles in the Hadith and the Quran, so when we look at the Nikah Khutbah, in those three ayat, the emphasis is given on taqwa, piety, God-fearingness, protecting ourselves from disobedience of Allah in order to have a happy marriage. So the husband has to play his role and the wife has to play her role. If anyone is slacking in their roles, then we will not have a good, happy marriage, because the role is not being fulfilled correctly. So everyone has to do their parts. In an institution, take the home as an institution. In an institution, everyone needs to have proper, smooth maintenance of things. Responsibility, one person is in charge, others are workers. But then everyone together makes the institution, makes the home. So husband with his wife and the children, everyone together, or parents, they have to make the institution of the home and work as a united body for this match made in heaven, life that is going to take us to Allah's pleasure. One of the principles for the women, we go to that later on, is that they adopt this principle. For the men, when we listen to the khutbah, we adopt that principle of taqwa, both of us, husband and wife. Taqwa, if we can adopt this taqwa and God-fearing, the tazkiyah, purification of our hearts, then inshallah this will lead us to having a good marriage. Responsibilities are a lot. Wife comes with a lot of responsibility. The husband needs to fulfill those responsibilities. She comes into a house where she has to fulfill a lot of responsibilities for herself to be happy and keep everyone else happy as a family. Moving on from last time's notes, we looked at some of the points for how to do nikah, how to perform a nikah, and what things to look at a potential spouse, in a potential good spouse, husband or wife. And last time we discussed some of the things that the husband needs to do, and some of the dangers the husband makes, the mistakes the husband makes, which causes the marriage to endanger the marriage to break, and causes a lot of tension in the marriage. And then we hastened through those points. We couldn't come to the points of the wife. So inshallah, now we'll continue from there to the next points and look at those golden principles. So you have here, there are golden principles for the husband to win the heart of his wife. Points. These are points that are written through experience by ulama and mashayikh and people around the world. And these points are taken obviously from the Quran and Sunnah. So if you look at these points, and each point you look at and think, okay, when I'm going to explain it briefly, try to see what you can do with these points, what you can implement. For example, always enter the house smiling. We discussed that previously, remember? Meaning this is part of the Sunnah. So all these are taken from the Sunnah, Quran, and the experience of the ulama, mashayikh, sahaba, everyone else. We want a nice, happy marriage. So, for the husband to have a happy home, there are two things we need to understand. One is a home and one is a house. House is a mere building. It's a building you can go into, you might not want to stay there. But home is where someone will want to spend their time. So we as husbands and wives, whoever's listening, everyone needs to make sure that this house becomes a home, where when I am outside the house, whether in my relatives or somewhere else, I am eager to go back to the home, because I've made that into a home where I am home sweet home. People say home sweet home. We need to make the home a sweet place where we want to get back there. The husband should not make the house in such a way that when the wife has gone to her family or somewhere, she doesn't want to come back to that house, because it's just a house. Her heart is not there. When the husband's gone, he doesn't want to go back to that house because the heart is not there. Home is where the heart is, and that is where we have to make that decision. Okay? Very important points, remember. So, for us to make that happen and happy, we have to make sure that we apply this rule of entering the house with what Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has told us. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu idha dakhaltum buyutan fasallimu ala ahliha, etc. So, brief verse. So Allah is telling us, when you enter, then take permission, fastadinu, then say salam to the people in the house. So when we say, okay, if we haven't been doing this, some people who are not so much practicing, they're going to feel ashamed now to enter the house now, saying salam loud. Then don't say salam loud. Say in such a way that only the person in the house can hear. And slowly get rid of that, feeling that, how can I say, I feel ashamed or shy to say it loud. Come on, it's just a salam. But you are bringing salam, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's peace in the house. Why should we be shy? I'm saying this because we've heard people, we see people, they're very shy. So husband and wife, or anyone who comes into the house, permission, and then salam. And then salam, enter the house with a smiling face. If the husband comes in, smiling face. What is difficult in smiling? Like we said previously, some of those points we looked at, the thing that damages the home is when we bring our problems of workplace into the house. So we leave our problems in the workplace. We lock our problems inside the office or wherever we're working, leave it there. Now this is a new life. We're going home, it's a completely different environment now. Don't bring the problems of the workplace into the house. What did she do to earn that? To earn your anger all of a sudden, that you were so moody all of a sudden? No, get rid of that. If we want a happy life, happy home now, you go into a different environment, smiling, all that will disappear. This is why they say the most contagious thing on earth is a smile. If you smile, you will get a smile back. So, first of all, I'm going to through these points, and I'm going to say, remember, it's not only the husband, it's both sides together. So when the husband will come with a smile, it is the duty of the wife also to smile. If he's not smiling and he's smiling, and she's had a few bad moments and she's just moody, sisters who are listening, it's not going to work. It has to be both sides. So, always enter the house smiling. Is that clear? I know I've got very limited time, so I'm just going to stick to those points, and you can elaborate on yourself on these points. How can I, smile, I'm leaving my workplace, whatever tension I'm leaving, I'm not going to bring any of the work into the house, meaning work tension into the house. I'm just going to, in the house I want a nice home. I want enjoyment. I want just to relax. How are you going to relax if you bring the problems of the school, college, university, work, wherever? Everything should be out. That's how you're going to get a happy home. So this is sunnah. And then also, this is through the experience of the ulama. So I'm sure the people who have come here are either married or going to get married. So the mashayikh have said that this is what should happen. So when you come into the house, obviously permission, salam, and then smile at each other. If you're having a problem in your life and you've got tension in the house, do these points, my respected brothers and sisters. Okay, take these points, very important points, and adopt them in your life. Point number 1 was smiling, salam. Next point was smile at each other. Okay, smile at each other. Next point, because it's the husband and wife in the house, other people are not there seeing. If there's no one else seeing, kiss each other. That's also part of the sunnah. Okay? This creates muhabbat. Now, if you bring the work problem into the house, then you're not going to be able to do that. Okay? If there's no one, the children are there, then be modest. You don't do that in front of the children. Or you've got parents then looking, and obviously you look at the scenario, how the scene is at the moment when you're entering the house. Next point, when we're eating, eat together. Like Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's practice was eating together. And then eating on the floor, it creates humbleness and humility. Eating on the floor. And best to do is eating together from the same plate. Now this is if you're going through problem in your marriage and you are eating from different plates, you're eating on the tables, etc., etc. You are, you're not doing salam. You've brought problems into the family, into your own home. To get rid of this problem, Remember, these problems are not going to be solved straight away. One day after you've seen, you've just done this one day and 1 week, and it's gone. It's not going to go in 1 week. The problems have been piled up for a while. It will take time to disappear, because we've allowed shaitan to come into our house without saying salam, and then it's messed up. So it takes time for illnesses to cure. So if we created an illness in the house, to get rid of that illness, so give yourself some time. Say for example, things change within 40 days. Every 40 days, where a child is inside the mother, the changes take place every 40 days. So give yourself 40 days and analyze what's happening. So if you analyze what's happening, okay, this created a tension, this created an argument, I'm going to have to remove these. You see, you're analyzing. So analyze the situations. What did you say? Salam, ijazah, permission, and then kissing each other, smiling at each other, eating from the same plate, if we can, eating from the floor. Remember, these are all sunnah, okay, from the sunnah and the experience of the mashayikh. This creates muhabbat in the house, right? So these things. Point number 2, praise and compliment your wife. Remember, this is golden principle for the husband to win the heart of his wife. So heart of his wife will be won if we adopt these things. And wife, whoever's listening, then similar thing you're going to have to do to win the husband's trust, etc. So compliment, praise. The wife is going to be, for example, our wives have come to us from their own home, from their own parents, who gave them love and muhabba and compassion. They have come into our house, and they're doing our khidmah. And if we say that they're doing our khidmah, they've come to and they're cooking for us, washing for us, cleaning for us, etc., etc. Now we know they're doing all this. So who was going to do it? Someone has to do it. The wife's taken the responsibility. So if she's done some good, just as if someone does anything wrong, we are very fast to criticize. If the wife's doing something good, be fast to compliment her. Especially the cooking and keeping the house tidy and etc. Compliment. Praise her for the good. You see, everyone, there was this one, I'm going through the other experience. There was this one couple. So, the wife, the husband received some guests in the house, and they've been having this for about 13 or 14 years of marriage. Guests came, she cooked, everyone ate, and then the guests gave a compliment that, give our regards and our compliment to the cook. Okay, the food was very nice, mashallah. So the husband came and said these words. Naturally, she's going to be happy, but she wasn't happy that much. Why? For her, she wanted to hear these words from the husband, meaning himself saying it. Why was she not happy? Because other people's praise, it doesn't matter that much to her. She wants praises and compliment from the husband. So she said straight away, well, I've been cooking that many years, why hasn't this compliment come from yourself? She's looking for compliments from the husband, not everyone else. Yes, it matters, everyone else. Yes, good, alhamdulillah, that's nice, she'll feel comfortable for a moment, but she's not going to feel comfortable that much when the husband is the one who's not saying these words. Did Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam not thank, shukr guzar, and be thankful to people who helped? So this is Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's sunnah. So compliment her for the work that she does in the house. This will make her appreciate you. Appreciate what she's doing in the house, and if you appreciate her, she will appreciate you. So this is a golden rule for the husband. Praise and compliment your wife. Okay, so praise and compliment, this next point. Is that clear? Number 3, take interest in what she does. Take interest in what she does. When she's doing something and she does it nice, See, Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam once, he came to the house, Sayyidah Aisha radiallahu ta'ala was doing something. She was just simply drinking water. So Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, Humaira, leave me some water as well. So she smiled straight away. Do you see? Smile, straight away. Then she left. Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam drank from the same place that she drank from. See, that's muhabbat. In another hadith we see, Sayyidah Aisha radiallahu ta'ala was eating, and Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam looked at the bone that she was eating, whether it's a chicken or meat bone, and then he took part of that, and he ate from the same place where she was biting from. Now, come on. In this modern day and age, we disregard all this. Drinking from the same place where she drank from, eating from the same bone that she ate from, is sunnah of Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and the Sahaba. We think, okay, I've just drunk a can, whatever the drink is. Or glass, I can't share the glass, that's just germs or dirt. No, who told you this is dirt and germ? Someone has to tell you from the above that this is germ. So if we say that someone else, I'm not going to drink from someone else's germs or mouth, then where they drank from, then we're going to have to disconnect ourselves from this hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Same bone, same cup. Parents don't drink, the children don't drink from the parents' glass. What is it? It's not Islamic. It doesn't mean obviously someone's ill and they've got a contagious illness and you drink from that same. No, it doesn't mean that. Come on, we have to use some common sense sometimes. Okay, so we're not saying those normal. There's no illness. There's nothing like that. And just sitting with the husband and wife eating together, this is something that we could implement. Remember what I'm talking about, and we said in the last program as well, there are certain things that we're going to explain here where a lot of us are not doing. So don't point a finger at your wife that she's not doing any of this, or the husband that he's not doing any of this. Make a point now that we're going to implement this in our house, even though we haven't been doing it. This is the difference. We're going to implement this in our house because we haven't been doing it. Also, if you haven't been doing it, if the husband starts to do it, or the wife starts to do it now, the husband should not say to her that, you say, you've just, all of a sudden, now you just remember to doing this. No. You've just gone to a program, you just heard a hadith and Quranic ayat, an explanation of the fuqaha and the muhaddithin, the sahabas, amal. This is the time, if you haven't been doing it, say to yourself, okay, forget what I've done, this is the time I'm going to change my life. This is the way of changing. Now if you rather than compliment, rather than saying, mashallah, let's start, both of us start doing it, so rather than start complaining, then you're not going to benefit from this program or any program. Okay? So come here with the intention of changing my respected brothers and sisters. So take interest. Whatever she's doing, she's creating, she's making something, or she's knitting something, or she's doing something in the garden, or whatever it is she's doing. We in our homes and houses, we see so many different things. Whether it's garden, whether it's the house, she's making a certain draw, whatever it could be. Even though you don't like such a thing, if you don't like such a thing, just show interest. If the husband's making something, say, what are you doing? Can I help you? If the wife's doing something, what are you doing? MashaAllah, it looks so nice. You see, come on. Every person wants these type of words, even though you might not like it. Just say, MashaAllah, what are you doing? What can I do to help? This thing will win the heart of your wife, inshallah. So take interest in what she's doing, and you'll see slowly these things make a huge difference. There was this husband, okay, they were quite rich. How he won the heart of his wife? He said, I'm going to build a house. So he was quite rich. They're going to build a house. Oh, nowadays people buy houses. I'm not talking about mortgage or whatever haram things that people do. People genuinely buy or even rented house, a nice house. So he was building a house. He went to his wife and he said, okay, I'm going to get the architect. You tell him exactly the way you want the house. See? That's won the heart of his wife. And next, he said, I'm going to build the kitchen. Huh? We think, no, she should build the kitchen the way she wants. Here, the husband is saying, I'm going to build the kitchen. And then he said, I'm going to build the kitchen in such a way that I'll put everything according to your wishes and everything according to your comfort. Because you'll be spending some time there, in the kitchen, in the sitting room, the rooms, but time will be spent in there and I want to see you being comfortable inside there. So when he used these words, can you imagine what the wife thought? MashaAllah. So when the mind was, when my wife will be using these tools and equipments, she will think that my husband got this for me. You see? The winning of the heart. So this is what the mashayikh, the people do, just to win the heart. So do things like that. Buy together, do mashwara with yourselves and buy things together and then build it together and put it together in such a way that both of you are comfortable. Also remembering, sometimes a certain decision needs to be made. Decision has to be made by the Amir of the house. Every institute has an Amir, and the Amir of the house is the husband. The leader of a school is the headmaster or the principal. The person in the work is the manager, etc. So if someone is responsible, so whoever is responsible, give the responsibility and the rights of that person to the person. Rather than if he's the Amir of the house, the wife becomes the Amir now and she makes all the decisions. That's not the place where she makes the decision. You see, those houses mess up where the decision maker is the wife. Decision maker in the regular, normal household things is the wife. That house does not work. That house will not be happy because it goes against the Quranic instruction and Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam instruction. What should happen is mashwara between the husband and wife, and the final decision, whatever is best, should be made by the husband. That's why we see children and certain houses, they find it very difficult to get married because the decision maker in the house is the wife or the mother. So husband doesn't have much of a say. That family, children find it difficult. Someone getting married into the family, she finds it difficult. Now when she's going into the house, your son getting married to someone, she comes into the house, she's going to find it difficult because the decision maker is the mother-in-law now. It's not her husband. So that messes up the marriage. So someone's the responsible person and that person is the Amir is the husband. Okay? So take these points, very important. Next point number 4, buy her gifts every now and then. Tahaddu tahabbu. The hadith tells us, give hadiyah and it will create muhabba. Remember, all these points together make a happy marriage. Not just one thing. Now you just implemented assalamu alaikum into the house and that's you're not doing anything else. Everything put together. It's a full package. So let us take the full package, inshallah. So buying some gifts. When it comes to gifts, what is very important for both the parties to understand is, gift should be something that you can use and you can benefit. But if it's something that it doesn't benefit, but if the wife likes it, then first of all she should or he should start to think that this is not beneficial. For example, you're giving some flowers as a gift. The mashayikh said the flowers is not a gift that can benefit you at all. It's going to die a couple of days. It's finished. You throw it away. There's no benefit. But if she likes you, he likes you, something like that, whatever you got, at the moment, enjoy for the moment. Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to like roses. That's why roses, if he used to like roses, and Sahaba used to bring sometimes those itar of rose, even though there's other things that he used to like as well. So if she likes flowers, get fragrant flowers. Nowadays you get flowers that have no fragrance. What is the point? It's just a look. It looks nice, that's it. So start to dislike those things, and then slowly get those gifts that are, for example, flowers, like you just said. If you're going to give flowers, it will create those fragrance. Get the fragrant flowers so that at least the house becomes fragrant for a couple of days. That will be beneficial at least. See, the ulama think very far, just for the sake of just one time looking. So look at this side, inshallah. Gifts, anything, it could be anything. I'm just giving an example of rose or flowers. It could be anything. But the wife should not be expecting gifts every Eid, every occasion, every anniversary, every birthday. Those are not Islamic. Every Eid, Islam doesn't say new clothes. Islam says clean clothes. So Eid, clean clothes. If you are in need of clothes, that's when you should get it, Eid time. Okay? So these things like that. Gifts, anything. But buy some gifts for each other. Tahabbu is a very important hadith where you're giving gifts to each other, and this creates muhabbat. Something, even whoever the person you're giving to is, it doesn't matter husband and wife or others, but giving gifts small but regularly. Even if it's a small bottle of itar, it doesn't matter what it is. But gifts with ikhlas. So those things help a lot, creates this muhabbat. Next point, show love and affection. Meaning showing love and affection. If people show love and affection to animals, the animals start to like that person. With our children and our wife or husband not like, we show an affection. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam made it very clear. لَيْسَ مِنَّا مَنْ لَمْ يَرْحَمْ صَغِيرَنَا وَلَمْ يُوَقِّرْ كَبِيرًا. Look at the two things. This person is not part of this Muslim ummah. He's not of us, or she's not of us. Who does not مَنْ لَمْ يَرْحَمْ صَغِيرَنَا, who does not be merciful, compassionate to the young ones and respect of the elders. Now this respect of the elders have gone out from is going out because of the Western culture, which is come into our lives. That's not our Muslim culture. So respect and also compassionate. So our wives are our partners, our helpers in the house. So if they are partners and our helpers in the house, compassion. Be compassionate towards her love, show love and affection in the things that she does. Okay, so these are very important points because they're all taken from the hadith. So, next point, that's why I'm trying to be hasty at the moment. Next point, be soft and warm-hearted, similar. Compassionate, be soft and warm-hearted. Where the wife will get the message from the husband that, okay, he likes me, or the wife will get the message that he likes me, or he'll get the message she likes me. Both sides, she likes me or he likes me. That's why he's always asking, he's concerned about my well-being, etc., etc. Be soft and warm-hearted. Meaning some people go from work and they have a mood comes into the house, and then some people are such that the wife feels that this house has become a burden for me. When my husband comes into the house, I can't say much. If she dislikes something, she can't say much because she's got a Fir'aun in the house. She has a Fir'aun in the house where she can't say much because she's going to be shouted at. No. The wife needs to feel that I can say whatever I want, I need to say to the husband, but wife should understand I can't say whatever I want to my husband. Vice versa. I can't say whatever I want to the husband, because at the end of the day, he is my husband. If I'm going to want to build a home in this place, then I'm going to have to respect my husband. If I want a home, I'm going to have to give my credit to the wife wherever because I'm going to have to respect her wishes as well. See, be soft and warm-hearted, not be a Fir'aun in the house where he just shouts at her wherever she wants. He shouts at her in front of the children, the family members, parents, his brothers and sisters, others. She doesn't get any credit, nor does she get that respect from the husband. If she feels that she has no respect in the house, you can forget about a happy life, happy home. It's not going to happen. Everything else is not going to work. Everyone. So a compliment. Look, when people train animals, look at the amount of time they take to train dogs or cats. What about the children? What about the training of our wives? If the wife is a alima and the husband is a jahil, then the wife could train and teach him or tell him things that she's learned from the madrasa alim class. Meaning all these years of alimiyah, why isn't it benefiting the husband? So sometimes what happens, the alim is, the husband is the alim, the wife's not alim, and she doesn't take benefit. Some of the worst people in this regard is the family members of the ulama, where the husband is the alim, the father is the alim, but the children do not take benefit from the alim husband, the alim father, or alim, whoever the alim is. Other people take benefit, but she's not taking benefit from her husband. She has a wali in the house, good practicing husband in the house, or he has a very pious wife in the house and he's messing around. She doesn't take benefit from his good pious wife, or she doesn't take benefit from the husband, etc. So benefiting from the piety of each other is very important. And this is why the mashayikh say that, you see, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam told us the women will go to Jannat 500 years before the men. Why? The mashayikh say, basically we have to purify our inner selves from the radha'il. We fix our internal spiritual diseases such as arrogance, pride, jealousy, hatred for somebody, love of the dunya, dislike of death, and these are all spiritual illnesses. The wife who is obedient to the husband and does her daily things that she requires in the house, but she's obedient, she does everything correctly, she surpasses those ulama and those people who go to see the mashayikh and spend time with their mashayikh. She surpasses all of them. That's why she will be going to Jannah 500 one half day on the day of judgment, half a day ahead of the men. She just has to take the benefit of the pious husband, and he just has to take the benefit of the pious wife. Okay, so taking benefit from this piety, inshallah, Allah will take us very far. So this point is very important. Be soft-hearted. If we can be soft-hearted to animals, soft-hearted and kind to, warm-hearted and kind to other people's children, what about our children, our wives? What about our husbands? Why not? Why can't we not be soft-hearted with them? So this is very important. This is a very important point. Next point, be patient and forbearing with her. Similar, patient. She might have some problem. I'm talking about husband and wife together. So we can speak quite quickly, go to the other places. When we come to the other sides, we can quickly go past them. So here, patient and forbearing. If the wife is bad akhlaq, bad manners, well, you've got bad workers in the workplace as well. You've got bad friends in the friendship as well, friend circle as well. You have bad people everywhere, but you do have good people as well. If the wife comes with some bad akhlaq and bad manners or character, You can fix that problem by showing your good character, showing the character Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam taught us. Change our akhlaq. If she's bad mouth and we are very good and sweet mouth, she will realize that I'm being very bad with him, but he's not showing retaliation. Come on, don't you think she's going to change? If she makes a mistake, we're very easy to criticize. But when she's doing something good, where's the compliment? So when she's seeing all those things happening now in our lives, so it's leading to some sort of bad mouth later on, bad akhlaq. Some people, they don't change. Sometimes you just have to be with the husband or the wife. But because before marriage you did all your istikhara, you did whatever mashwara you needed to do, you asked other people. And after marriage, now the main thing, now with this point, after marriage the main thing now is to rely on the taqdeer issue. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given me this wife or given me this husband. I want to live this life now the way Allah and His Rasul wants me. I can make it happen. You see, there was a couple with some children, 3 children, in the train station. This person was there in the train station and he sees someone, elderly man coming out from the train, and there was a family, elderly woman and some children there next to them. And he came and he was so happy to see them. He hugged them, kissed the wife, etc., etc. He hugged the children and he was saying, I missed you so much. Look at the words, I missed you so much. Yeah. They saying, yeah, we missed you so much as well. So seeing the happiness in a couple like that, and the elderly couple as well, he went and he said, wow, how long have you been away? Like, you're so happy, how long have you been away? He said, well, they said, 2 days, I was absent for 2 days. Huh? You were absent for 2 days. You look like you've been absent for 10 years. And you haven't seen each other for 10 years. The compliment, the missing, etc., and happiness you're showing. Come on, you see, now the next question. What is the trick of all this happiness? And this is the main point that we should, as husband and wife, take. Main point, what's the next trick? What's this solution to this? So this is simple. You just have to decide to make the family into a happy family. The marriage into a happy marriage. Ignore the faults, ignore the bad things that happen, just look at the good things. So if we ignore the good things, ignore the bad things, and just look at the good things, and move on from the bad things, and every time, if some mistake is made, it's okay, don't worry. Because the person knows that they made a mistake. By you telling the wife that if she's made a mistake, what is it going to add anything new? She already knows that's a mistake. So there's no need to say it. It's okay, don't worry. It's okay, things like that happen. It's an accident, you don't intentionally make an accident. It's okay, don't worry. You see, if the husband says these words, come on, no one intentionally makes these accidents. It's okay, don't worry about it. The wife will feel comfortable and happy that my husband's not shouting at me in these matters. So, my respected listeners, patience, forbearing. This patience and forbearing requires a person to be it will raise the person's status in front of the wife or the husband. Okay? Overlook each other's faults. Next point, establish an environment of deen in the house. The khulasa of every one of these 10 points is what? Establish the environment of deen, Allah's deen in the house. If the environment of Allah's deen is not in the house, we will never get satisfaction or peace. Forget about it. It will never ever come. Deen, religion is the priority, because that takes us to the ultimate success in the akhirah. So if we see our children becoming religious, husband and wife need to make mashwara what's happening. All of a sudden some things are happening. Is it external influence that's changing the children's mindset? Who is making this mindset of the children? Who's creating this mindset? Yes, the school environment, the friendship environment of the children. If he sees the wife has a certain mindset, what's happening? Where did all this come from? Yeah, it came from her previous life, before marriage, brought all that in. Now, how is it going to change? The things will change when you make a decision inside, that as soon as you get married, that look, I have bad habits, I'm not perfect, you have bad habits, you're not perfect, none of us are perfect, but let us make our marriage and life better according to the religious practices and according to what Allah and His Rasul told us. That can only happen if you prioritize your deen in the house. Sometimes the husband is irreligious, sometimes the wife is irreligious. It doesn't happen, it doesn't work. So mashwara between themselves, that these are the things that we have to do in our religion. These are the things we should do in our religion. These are the things we can do in our religion. And these are the things we don't have to, but it will be best to do. Okay? You see, religion comes into the place, full picture. So environment where if the children are becoming religious, work on the children. That I need to make sure they perform their salawat and recite the Quran, etc., the religious practices. If the wife is not performing salah properly, or the husband is not performing salah, then both of us, husband and wife, together, why is it that you're not performing? What's stopping you from performing salah? I see you performing salah in the house, or sometimes you don't even pray your salah. Go to the masjid and pray. Or if the wife is not praying, I see you're not even getting up for salah. What's wrong? You're delaying your salah. What is it? So, if the salah is taken care of, religious part is taken care of, the rest of the things come in slowly, automatically. So give priority to religion. The environment of the religion, deen, has to be in the house, where the recitation of the Quran is in the house. Husband and wife, look at the first thing. Am I breaking the law and commands of Allah in my house? Okay, if you are breaking Allah's commands, forget about it. Forget about having a nice, happy life. It's not going to work. Okay? Religious environment. Where the husband and wife benefit from each other's company. If the husband is, if the wife is a alima, or she's religiously from a religious family, if she's from a religious family, she'll come up with many good characteristics. If he did not have a good pious family, then learn from her. Or if she doesn't have that much goodness, then learn from him. So environment priority should be given to religion, where morning, the salah, number one, salah. When it comes to Allah's commands, we don't break Allah's command in the house. If we establish religious practices in the house, regular recitation of the Quran, parda issue, parda meaning the veil, issue of the veil. I'm not talking to ghair maharim. So she's not talking to ghair mahram, the people who she can get married with. Or the husband is not talking with his relatives who he can get married to. So those should be taken out. The parda issue is very important. Parda meaning hijab plays a very big role in our marriage, in our homes. So if my Assalamu alaikum, everything okay, how are you doing, everything, that's it. I shouldn't be talking in front of them where we are seeing each other. She shouldn't be talking in front of her relatives when she's going to home, etc. She has to make sure that this happens to her, that when she's going to home, so she's not freely mixing with her relatives, cousins, brothers, etc. So those things need to be looked at very carefully. Establishment of the religion, deen in the house. Okay? Next point, if the wife is angry with you, then don't become angry with her as well. What's going to happen? If the wife is angry, and the husband is angry at the same time, when do the ulama say, I've received a message? You see, from the last program we had till today, we've received about 6 problems in 6 people's marriages. Divorce, this happened, they're not getting along together, he's divorced her 3 times, and he wants to divorce her now. Things like that, 6 cases. Just in a matter of, how many weeks has it been? It's not much. See, this is happening. Why? Because they're not looking at these issues. And when every single one of those cases, what happens? now he gave me talak look, he was angry and he didn't know what he was saying, and we had an argument and he divorced me 3 times. Now what's the problem? The problem is this, that you got angry. Don't mention the word talak at all. He'll discuss that later on. So angry, when you're angry, just leave the room. Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam told us this. If you're angry, say A'udhu Billahi Minash Shaitanir Rajim. If you still continuously say A'udhu Billahi Minash Shaitanir Rajim. Meaning when you're angry, continuously say A'udhu Billah, Ta'awudh. And then if he still does not subside, you don't get rid of it, move away from the place, because there's shaitan in the place now. That's what's causing the anger. So move away from that place. So the wife should straight away move. The husband should straight away move. Don't stay in that environment where both of you are angry. Why? The responsibility of talaq is given to the husband. He's just going to utter it and that's it, finished. The saddest thing is that talaq issues are brought to us from locals. That's why we just told people that, look, if it's local, I see you all the time, don't tell me, just go to another alim, go to another mufti sahib or whatever, and let him deal with yourself. Because they've given 3 talaq, and later on you see this still husband and wife. Huh? How are you still husband and wife when you've just divorced her 3 times? Allah protect us. So remove yourself from each other. Go to the other room or go out of the house and just stop thinking about it. The main point here is ta'awudh, a'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Remove yourself from that place and stop thinking about the issue that she's just made me angry and how dare she say these words. How many times have you angered Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? How many times have you angered Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam? Allah hasn't punished you. Why are you willing to now just all of a sudden punish her for? So remove yourself, stop thinking about it and go away from the area. That calms down the situation. If you can't go outside, just sit down. If you can't sit down, lie down, have some cold water. You see, when someone's angry, some people go and give them some tea. Allah ki panah. When someone is angry, the blood is boiling. And you give them tea. What's going to happen? You're just increasing the anger. Give them some cold drink. Right? Cold. Give some cold drink. Okay? And sit down, lie down, have something cold, slowly it'll disappear. But stop thinking about it. The main thing is you stop thinking about the issue that led to this anger. Remove it, divert your attention straight away to something else. Okay? So angry with each other. You see, the main thing is, if the husband is angry, he can issue a talaq and it could mess up your marriage. Next point, next point in this point here. If the wife is angry, he could also divorce her. So what should you do? Remove the attention, remove ourselves from this place, and then calm down, think about something else, and thereafter, for the wife, never sleep when the husband is angry with you. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam says, Allah curses a woman throughout the whole night if she has slept in a state where her husband is angry with her. Now this is a curse, la'nat from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the wife. Obviously it has to be it's not genuine reason, but it is your duty as women to make sure you win the hearts of your husband before you go to sleep. Something must be done that you make sure that you don't let your husband sleep when your husband is angry with you, because now you have invited Allah's la'nat upon yourself. Okay? So husband and wife together, if she's angry, make up for her. Once there was this Sheikh, Pir Ghulam Habib Rahmatullah, he was an imam of a certain place. So his wife was helping him doing wudu. And she made a mistake and he shouted at her. And after that, she didn't say anything. He went to lead the prayer. Halfway, he went to the masjid and he stopped. Come on, my wife been helping me for so long. It's just one mistake she's made and I'm shouted at her. He realized that he shouldn't have shouted at her. And the wife realized the mistake as well. And then he was just about to do imamat, meaning lead the prayer. He told the people, I'm coming back. He went back home. He said, look, you've been helpful to me throughout my life. I now shouted at you, sorry. See? The greater you are, the greater your akhlaq. She said, look, just forgive me for what I've shouted, for the reason of shouting at you. She said, I've completely forgot what happened. I've forgiven you anyway. It's okay, don't worry about it. Nothing, it's okay. Then after you see, this is what we need to do. If we've made a mistake and she's shouted at us, or she'd said something, or she did something because of our mistake, then it's our mistake. We should be sorry to her. If the wife makes a mistake and she angers the husband, what is the harm in saying sorry? Okay? So then, once Hazrat Maulana Ashraf Ali Thanwi rahmatullahi alayhi, his wife, she had to go to her family, and she said, can you look at the chicken, just make sure you give the rice, whatever, to the chicken. Hazrat Maulana Ashraf Ali Thanwi rahmatullahi is very busy in writing and teaching, etc., etc. Next day he was writing Bayan al-Quran, the tafsir of the Quran. When he sat down to write, nothing is coming to his mind to write. He said, huh? I mean, he can't even write anything. He can't even do anything, I mean, think of anything. Inna lillah, what's happened? So he started thinking, what have I done wrong? So, analyzing the whole day. This is for the husbands. Remember, this is very important. Wives as well. So he's analyzing the whole day, what's happened? He straight away is doing istighfar, tawbah to Allah, Ya Allah, please. And in his mind came, oh no, my wife told me to feed the chicken. And the chicken must be, hungry now. So he quickly went to the chicken and gave them some rice, whatever, and then he came back. As soon as he sat down to write and think about the issue of the tafsir of the Quran, everything started coming. What happened? You just hurt a small creation of Allah, chickens. Come on, is our hurting our wives and our children not going to damage our akhirat and our dunya matters and spirituality? So this is where, don't sleep when the husband is angry with you. Don't sleep when the wife's angry with you. Just resolve the issue and say, it's okay, just forgive and forget. We'll work it out later on. It's okay, I've forgiven you. Say to each other, forgiven each other. Okay, this works a lot. Next point, never sleep while you are angry with each other. Okay, it's the same thing. So if we can look at these points, work on every one of those points, and please, if you've taken the notes, try to work with every one of those points, or listen to the recording later on if there's any recording. Okay? Next point, next slide. What the wife needs from the husband. She needs protection. She needs to see this protection in her life. She needs attention in her life. She also requires appreciation. We've dealt with these issues, remember, in the previous slide. Protection, she's come from her home. She needs to find a husband that is protecting her from bad things, whether it's from his family members, someone else, friends, whatever it could be. She needs to feel in our house that she's protected. Her inner self, her respect is protected. She is respected in the house, but she's not disrespected. And she feels comfortable in front of other family members. She feels comfort, meaning protect that my husband is going to protect me from everyone who's going to abuse me or doing anything to me. So she's got a house, but she needs a home. House, building, home where your heart is. So she needs to find that the husband is looking after my needs. So I feel content and protected. Okay? So she needs to see and feel she is being protected in the house. Some of the things we looked at it previously as well. For this protection, the husband cannot threaten her with many other things, like divorce, I'm going to divorce if you do this. Or he doesn't take care of her needs. She says something, he never gets it. She needs it, he never takes care of it. So that's not protection. She will feel abandoned. If the wife feels abandoned, you're not going to get happiness from that wife. Or if your husband if the husband feels abandoned from you, you're not giving attention to your husband, you're not going to get that love and compassion from your husband either. So both sides work together where both of you feel protected, that I'm going to be, the husband feels I'm protected from my wife's evil behavior, and the wife feels I'm going to feel protected from my husband's bad misbehavior, bad things, or his bad akhlaq, etc., etc. So feel protected. Attention, husband and wife, each other. Give attention to each other. Like as previous slides, you're giving some attention, appreciation, whatever she's doing, she feels comfort. You ask her, how is everything? What's the harm in asking her, ahwal? How are you? What's the harm in saying, how are you? Fearing that if I ask this question, she's going to come and blab so many different things about my house, my family members. I just don't want to ask her, how are you? That's not creating a home. Hal ahwal, ask about if she needs anything. How are you? If everything, how can I be of any help? Come on, the non-Muslims have taken this akhlaq from the Muslims. This is our teaching. When you go to a shop, hey, how are you? How can I help you? You see, if the waiter or the shopkeeper says these words to you, how are you feeling? How's your day today? How can I help you? They ask for this, how can I help you? Where's the Muslims? Where's the household in that matter? Go to a Muslim shop and do you get that same behavior? Huh? Our deen taught us this. How are you? How's your day? How can I be of any help? Can I help you? See? You're making a phone call to a certain place and they're saying, can I help you? Do the Muslims say these words? This is our deen though. So attention. Give attention to these things. Appreciation. So when the wife needs these things from the husband. To hear these things, see these things in her life, then she will feel appreciated. She will do the things what she needs to do. Otherwise, moodiness will happen. She's just going to ignore. Some people, because of the bad behavior, they start to ignore each other. Respected listeners, ignoring each other doesn't take us anywhere though. We need to sit down, think of the issue, what's happened, and then analyze the situation, and then discuss, do mashwara what happened, and then resolve the issue. This is our family. If our wife has come to us from elsewhere, and now she's come to her in-laws, she needs to feel that she's appreciated, helped, and she's at least listened to in certain good things. You don't have to listen to her bad things, listen to the good things that she does, etc. So these things are very important for the wife to, she needs to see these things from her husband. Next slide. Yeah. Okay. So next point, if we look at 10 dangerous mistakes, we looked at the issue of ignoring the wife. We just talked about it now as well. Threatening the wife with divorce, we looked at the issue last time as well. If you want your wife to be happy with you and she feels protected, you can't threaten her, I'm going to divorce you if you're just going to get married to someone else. We looked at the issue last program. Next thing we looked at as well, threatening her with a second marriage. Yeah? Disrespect or looking down upon her. Looking down upon her, she's making some mistakes. You make some mistakes. But when you're looking down upon her, she's made a mistake. You're always making a mistake. You're always complaining. Meaning disregarding her because of some of the wrong things that she does. Or disregarding her, disrespecting her, looking down upon her in front of the children or in front of your family members or her family members. Remember, my respected listeners, this point for the wives as well. If you want attention from your husband, you're going to have to completely disregard this issue of, and completely eliminate from your life this issue where you criticize your husband in front of other people. Don't look at his faults, or don't look at her faults in front of other people. She needs to feel that my husband, or he needs to feel that my wife respects me. She doesn't or he doesn't disrespect me and look down upon me or disgrace me in front of other people. Come on, every person feels honored, feels that honor. And when someone is disregarded, disrespected in front of other people, they will retaliate. In the same manner, the wife will retaliate. In the same manner, the husband will retaliate if she or if he sees that she's just complaining about me all the time. Any little thing I do, she complains. She makes a complaint. Husband and wife together, my respected listeners, work out this. So don't disregard or disrespect each other in front of other people, or in front of each other as well. What benefit are you going to get? Even in jokes as well is very important, it's very serious. So, those things. Not giving her enough time. The religion is not telling you to stay with your wife throughout your life, or meaning 24 hours with your wife. Meaning where you are at home and she wants this time, you've gone, now when you've come home, she requires that you give some attention to her. Now all of a sudden a phone call comes and you're all, half an hour, 1 hour with your friends, happy and nice, and when you put your phone down, that's it, the mood changes. Huh? Why are you not still jolly and happy with the wife now? Why did the mood change all of a sudden? Happy with the husband, happy with the family members you're talking to, or your friends you're talking to, the mood changes and now moody with the wife. That's going to mess up our marriage. So these things need to change. Giving her time. You're giving her time. Whatever she's doing, look at her, the things that she does. Sit with her. Normal time, sit with her, sit with each other, and talk about things. Talk about past incidents that happen. Laugh at each other, or tell each other some jokes sometimes. You see, this will take the bad mood away. Sometimes jokes. Next thing, restricting the wife and being free yourself. This is what some of the husbands do. You see, he will say, I've said this incident previously, he says, you can't go to your relatives and you can't talk to your family, your cousins, etc. Okay, if you have said that this is a haram to do and mingle with your ghair mahram, that's understandable, that's religious, it's dini. Have you done the same thing with yourself as well? Do you talk to your relatives? Do you talk to your cousins, sisters? And just normal. You freely talk and free with them, free mixing with them. So if you're doing the same thing, why are you restricting her? Yes, both of us should be restricted from haram, committing irreligious things. So restricting her from doing something where she knows that you're not restricting yourself in the same thing, she will not listen. Okay? Similarly, both of us will not listen to each other when we implement certain rules for the other person, but not for ourselves. That completely mess up. Next point, pointing fingers and blaming. We talked about this issue. Blaming each other, or blaming her for the things, okay? Pointing fingers, she does something wrong, straight away, criticism. No. If he does something wrong, straight away, she criticizes him. No. Like I said, criticism of each other in front of others will mess up your marriage. Each other will get angry with each other, and that's not going to give a happy marriage. Next point, arguing because of someone else. Meaning, the husband argues because of his relatives. She's not doing enough for her, his family members, or his mother, his sisters. When they come to the house, she's ignoring them, etc. So this is causing an argument because of someone else. Don't mess your marriage up because of someone else. Keep your marriage intact and work out the issues and look at what we can do, but don't cause an argument because of some other relative. Okay, this is very important. So this is one of the most dangerous things that the husband can do to his wife. And obviously the wife can do to the husband as well, same. Next point, accusations. We looked at the accusation, not accusing you there. Not giving attention to her family. Sometimes when the husband, when we go to our in-laws, you see, we act as if we're in a prison. Well, why wouldn't she feel that she's in a prison as well, if she's in your in-laws? In her in-laws. So, happy in the same, because they are also your in-laws, they are now become your brothers and sisters as well, your fathers and, father-in-law, mother-in-law, they are also your parents now. Similarly, give attention, meaning you don't have to disregard them. Go every now and then. Our wives require us to take them to their in-laws very often. Sometimes, because there were people who just restricted their wife from going to see her family for so many years. One bichara went for 7 years, for 4 years, he never allowed his wife to go and see her parents. But he used to see his parents, and he used to be calling her, not only see her, he did not allow his wife to call her parents, nor see them for 4 years. After 4 years, they went to a sheikh and we want to, finish our marriage off because nothing's working. So he realized that the problem was he didn't allow her to see her family members, but he was seeing them. So why restriction? You see, attention. So when the sheikh told him that, look, before you make that decision of separation, do this. Allow her to see the family. That's just a Sharia ruling. And the way you speak to your family members, let her speak to her family members. Yes, ghair mahram, etc. Understandable. But her parents, brothers and sisters. So they said they just allowed the ones after 1 month or so. The marriage that they decided to break completely finished. This decision of breaking the marriage completely finished. Meaning they were happy now because of this wrong decision that they were making. So give attention to everyone. Inshallah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will help us when we do our parts. Next point, next 4 qualities of an ideal wife. Look at these qualities. She helps so this is for the wife. The wife helps her husband in matters of religion. If your husband is religious, he is neck and pious, take advantage from him. So she helps her husband in matters of religion where he's doing good things, and she's encouraging him to do the good things, continuing to do the good things. She's giving mashwara, can we do that as well? So help him with the tarbiyat of the children, family, how can we make our family, religious family, etc., etc. So she helps him. So these are the 4 amazing qualities the wife should have. Okay? Why a person looks at his wife. So number 1, she helps her husband in matters of religion. Number 2, she wins the heart of her husband with her akhlaq. Okay? You see, not all the people on earth are extremely good looking. There was a saying, someone wrote a poem, look not for beauty or the color of skin, look for the heart that loves you within. For the beauty and the color will grow old, but the heart that loves you will never grow old. Meaning, beauty is for the eyes to see. It pleases the eyes, but the akhlaq and the heart pleases the heart. So that's why Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said a woman is married for 4 things. One of them was beauty, her lineage, her wealth, and her religion. Give preference. The main preference should be given to her religiousness, her religious background. If you ignore this part and you look at the rest of the parts, you will never have a happy marriage. So, for winning the hearts of the wife or the husband, the akhlaq is most important. This is what Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam said. The weightiest amal, the weightiest deed on the scale on the Day of Judgment, in the scale on the Day of Judgment, is not tahajjud prayer, not giving a lot of sadaqat, recitation of the Quran, and jihad, or what prayers, hajj, zakat, etc., etc. He said, the weightiest amal in the scale on the Day of Qiyamah would be good akhlaq. Person with good akhlaq surpasses everyone else's deeds. So, this is what wins the heart. So, if she has bad manners or he has bad manners, work on this good characteristic, building the characteristic of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam showed us. Number 3, she listens to her husband when he commands her to something. Obviously, this is taken from a hadith. So she listens. So she's obedient to the husband. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said this in all this in a hadith. I'm going to take time if I mention the hadith now. So she listens. So wife should have a quality of listening to the husband. Obviously, he doesn't have to listen to her. She doesn't have to listen to him when he's commanding her of irreligious things. That's not permissible. لا طاعة لمخلوق في معصية الخالق is the principle. So the principle here is there is no obedience to anyone if Allah and His Rasul are being disobeyed. It doesn't matter if it's my husband, my parents, whoever it is. If Allah and His Rasul are telling me to do something important and it's wajib and farz to do, I'm going to have to apply this. If my husband says don't wear the niqab or hijab, I'm sorry, I can't listen to you. Yeah? There is no obedience to the creation over the disobedience of the Creator. Yes, so Allah has commanded. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, the woman, one of the qualities of a woman is she obeys her husband. Any woman who prays the 5 times salah, she keeps fast, she obeys her husband, she protects herself, Allah will say on the Day of Qiyamah, she will be told on the Day of Qiyamah, enter from any of the gates of Jannat you want. This is how this just told you about these 4 points. So Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, she will be told to enter from any of the 8 gates of Jannah, any of these qualities. When she has all those qualities. So she listens. It is the duty of the wife to listen to her husband when he's telling her something religious and important. Even if it's not even important, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam says, if the husband tells her to move a mountain, it becomes necessary for the wife to move that mountain. So she has to take a basket, shovel, whatever, slowly break the mountain and then move the mountain in the basket, slowly move it to the other side, break. How long is that going to take? The hadith says it's very important for her. So the wives, the women, to understand that no husband's going to tell you to do that, move a mountain. But hypothetical situation was if the husband was to tell you to this much, what about the little things the husband tells the wife? So if the wife has the mindset that I'm going to have to change his mindset now, that why are you telling me this? If the husband tells you to do something, why are you telling me this for? That attitude will break your marriage. If the husband tells you something good, important, religious, etc., even if it's not religious, it's just part of daily life, then the wife's duty is to do it. Not just that, okay, if I feel like I'll do it. No, it's duty, becomes a duty, becomes wajib. Next point, she protects her honor and dignity. When the husband's gone work or play somewhere else, the wife protects her honor and dignity. She does not get involved in anything in this day and age. What do people do? When the husband's gone or the wife's gone, they get into social media and haram things and haram activities take place because of this shaitani device that we have in our pockets. So many haram things are done because of this shaitan device. Yes, this device is not shaitan only. It could be used for good. But why is it used for bad only? Wasting time and looking at haram. So this is referring to she or he, obviously. In this hadith, she protects her honor and dignity. She protects her isma by not looking at haram when the husband's gone, looking at other men on the social media. So she does that. So if that's the case, the hadith tells us she will be able to enter Jannah from any door. She will be told to enter Jannah from any of the doors of Jannah. Next point, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us, our women, and all of us these qualities. Next point, golden principles for the wife. Remember, I've talked about those principles in the earlier slides as well. That's why I touched on it. So you can do it quite quickly. Number one, cook food with zikr and fiqh. So what does she do? You see, if the food is cooked with zikr, it creates nuraniyat and spirituality in the food. And if that food is eaten, that food will give spiritual upliftment. But if the food is cooked without any of these, and she's cooking and she's listening to music, or she's backbiting away, talking to somebody, you see, our elders, our earlier generations of mashayikh, for example, one, Hazrat Maulana Ahmad Ali Lahori Rahmatullahi alayhi. Hazrat Allah had given him this quality to see food which was cooked by he didn't know who cooked it. Just by looking at the food, Allah gave him the ability to tell if this food is cooked by a woman who prays her salah. If this food was cooked by a woman who has wudu. Not many of us have this quality. Allah gave him this miracle. Not many of the mashayikh had this miracle. Allah gave him this miracle. So there's ruhani, there's nuraniya, there's spirituality in the food that we cook. Imagine if you have wudu and you are cooking with zikr, adhkar in your mind, and you are fikr of the iman, akhirat, etc., etc. This fikr, this ruhaniya will be going into your heart, in your stomach, going from there to your heart, and your children and your husband and your family's hearts. So that's why it creates ruhaniyat in the heart. When that is not looked at, when food is being cooked without these points, and what does it lead to? Unfortunately, it leads to destruction and lack of spirituality. So, wives, the sisters, whoever's listening, always, because there are people who can tell, and it has a reverse effect when you're cooking and you're listening to haram things or talking about haram or backbiting or someone on the phone with someone and backbiting. It has a direct effect in the spiritual life of your family. So cook with fikr and zikr and have wudu when you're cooking. Recite Durud Sharif, listen to the Quran, etc., listen to Nasheed, etc., have zikr. You see, our elders, their wives and their mothers, if you look at Hazrat Maulana Zakaria Rahmatullah, Sheikh Zakaria Rahmatullah, you'll see his family members. They used to compete with all the women, used to compete with each other, that I read 17 juz today. Wow. Someone said, well, I read 21. Come on. We hear that in the kitab. We see this. Meaning all the women were hafiz of the Quran. They used to compete during the cooking. Normal life, they used to recite the Quran, they used to recite tasbih. One person is doing 125,000 salah ala Nabi Durud Sharif every single day. When? If the women are doing that during the life and the normal cooking, what spirituality will be going to the children? So do that. Number two, make it a habit to complete works on time. Meaning, set a limit. Okay, I need to finish this on time. Don't leave it for the next day. If you leave it for the next day, sisters, or next week, what's going to happen? You're always thinking about the issue, or you completely forgot. Meaning, whatever you have, try to finish it on time. Obviously, you should have a timetable. Next point, keep the house clean and tidy. Obviously, the women are very good at this. But some women are very bad at this. They want others to do it for them. So keep the household tidy for yourself. It's for yourself. Did Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam not say, At-tuhuru shatrul iman? Meaning, cleanliness is part, a portion, half, in different hadiths, of iman. Wow, nisful iman in a different hadith. Meaning cleanliness is half a portion of Iman. So keep our houses tidy and clean. Number 4, avoid gossip and hearsay, meaning backbiting, slander of other people. If it's beneficial, if you're talking to the phone and she's talking about someone else, what benefit are you going to get from listening to about someone else? It is one of these things that lead to, it's called namima. These things lead to namima. And Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said about namima, one of the punishments of the grave is done because of this. The punishment of the grave is because of namima. Hearsay, and you're taking one person's word to someone else and you're causing an argument. That's what we should be very careful of. Number 5, make dua for your husband when he leaves the home. Make dua for our children as well. When we are sending them to school, Ya Allah, these schools nowadays, these workplaces, colleges, universities, are a lot of fitna. Ya Allah, protect them from this fitna. Ya Allah, protect my husband, because he's going to earn our livelihood, to protect the house, to make our house, live in the house. Ya Allah, save him. Ya Allah, protect him from all forms of fitna of other women as well, etc., etc., etc. Make the simple dua for the husband. If the wife looks at all these points, she can make the house into a golden house. So this is what the Mashaykh have said. So you might think this is a small point. For my respected brothers and sisters, these are not small points. When we look at the sunnah of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they are not small points. These sunnahs have a deep impact in our life. For example, look at this one sunnah. Imam Abu Dawud rahmatullah alayhi was once boarding a ship, and he had left the ship to the shore, and he went. Then the ship went from the shore to the other side. He was going. It left. When it left, there was a person on the ship that sneezed, and he said, Alhamdulillah. But Abu Dawud was on this part of the river. The ship has gone too far for him to shout, Yarhamukallah. Right? It's sunnah, isn't it? So we disregard the sunnah. So when we looking at these points are very important. It's from the sunnah of our Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So he couldn't. So what he did was, he took another boat, went to met up with the ship to the other side, and found that person and said, Yarhamukallah. Obviously, for him to purchase another ticket to go to the other side, took 1 dirham. That night, Imam Abu Dawud rahmatullah went to sleep. The famous Imam Abu Dawud of Hadith scholar. He went to sleep, and someone said, Inna Abu Dawud ishtara al-jannata bi dirham. Come on. He heard, indeed, Abu Dawud has purchased Jannat because of this 1 dirham. So we think that this is just a sunnah. Yes, it's wajib to reply to the sneezing. It's just a sunnah of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. No, look at what this sunnah did. So when you're looking at this, keeping the house tidy, avoid gossip, etc., make dua for your husband, etc. No, it is very important. So all these things, matters, play a big role in our family life. Next point, be ready and presentable for your husband before he returns. Sisters, when the husband comes, he wants to see a wife that he can look at. If you're presenting yourself for a da'wah that you're going to, or someone else's house, or for a conference or anything, you're meeting somebody and you make yourself presentable, that's not where the presentableness should be found. The presentableness should be found when the husband comes to the house. He doesn't want to see a scruffy woman there. Similarly, the wife doesn't want to see a scruffy husband. This is why someone said to Imam Hazrat Abdullah ibn Abbas radiallahu ta'ala, he was in his elder days. He was very nicely, smartly dressed. Someone said, Hazrat, you've become old. How come you're still smartly dressed? He said, look, we want our wives to dress up nicely for us, makeup, etc., whatever. In the same manner, our wives also want to see us dressed and nicely dressed as well. Why should it be just one-sided? This is the sunnah of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So dress for the wives, dress up for your husband the way you dress up for someone else. If you're only dressing up for someone else on occasions, but with your husband you've got a problem, then you've got a problem. So change that attitude. Next point, visit relatives with the intention of silatul rahim, meaning visit your family members with the intention that I am joining family ties. Joining family ties attracts the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. However, breaking family ties takes away the rahmah of Allah from that community, according to the hadith what Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam told us. So when you go to your in-laws, your sister-in-law, mother-in-law, whoever's house you go to, sisters or brothers going to your in-laws as well, go to with the intention that you're going there to join family ties. Allah will increase your lifespan. That's what the hadith says. Allah will increase your lifespan. Next point, encourage your husband and give charity. Okay? We might think these are very small things. If your husband is not giving charity regularly, encourage him. If your husband's coming here, for example, we're always talking about sadaqah for the madrasa to be established. Or if he's going to a masjid being built, tell him to give sadaqah regularly and you give it as well. Number 9, dedicate a space in the home for your salah. If you haven't got a specific place where you pray your salah, dedicate that place for your salah and make a lot of dua in that place. This is why Imam Abu Hanifa rahmatullah said to his son or in some of his students, he said, pray salah in this place because I completed the khatam of the Quran 70,000 times in this place. Allahu Akbar. If the khatam of the Quran was performed 70,000 times in this place, can you imagine the rahmah of Allah in that place? So have a specific place where you pray your salah so Allah's attention, Allah's rahmah is descending on that place. Next point, form a habit of talking less on the phone. Do I need to explain this today, in this day and age? Habit. Form a habit of using the device very less. Especially if the husband or the wife is in the house, cut down on your talking with other people. Because now the attention needs to be given to the spouse, each other. Okay? Next point. So these are the principles, remember. Next point, have a notebook to write important things down. So do you think this is something small? The mashayikh have given these points that works in a family, in a house, which makes the home look presentable and makes the home a happy home. So always, otherwise if you say, for example, husband's telling you to do these things, certain things, in-laws telling you to do certain things, just have a book and a small pen and a small notebook where you write it down straight away, because some people tend to forget. Okay? So next point, keep stock of necessary items. In the house, stock of necessary items, meaning something like a plaster, some medication, paracetamols, meaning important items in the house that everyone needs. Also, when you're keeping important items, for example, you've got salt or scissors in a certain place, keep those things in that place. For example, you've got salt in a certain place and everyone uses that salt. Where everyone's using this item, when you use that item, place that item back into that place. Why? It causes a lot of tension later on if they don't find that thing in that place. So put it back in the same place, and this little items like that. Next point, don't do anything that will cause you to lose your husband's trust or his respect. And if you're saying something and you said something that hurt him, remember the jarahatul lisan, meaning the tongues, sorry, what was it again? Wounds. The wounds that's caused by the tongue are far deeper and greater than the wounds that are caused by the physical harm. So when you're talking to your husband or your wife, don't say such thing that later on they will remember it. This is why one of the main principles the ulama say is, let's look at this principle. Ahbib habibaka hanam. Okay, I'm just going to say that in English. Love your friend to such an extent that you don't tell him everything about your secrets. Okay? Don't go deep into this friendship. Maybe he'll become your enemy later on. And if he's become your enemy, he knows all your secrets. Hate your enemy to such an extent that you don't abuse them so much that if he becomes your friend later on, he will still remember what you said earlier. Meaning, be moderate. So don't say to each other such things that you can regret later on. Next point, keep consulting your husband about the children and tarbiyah of the children. Because remember, the husband is your amir in the house. Okay, consultation needs to be done between the husband and wife. Always consult about what's happening. I see my daughter, son, whatever. You see this religious happening. So help your husband, help each other. Next point, don't hesitate in fulfilling your husband's needs. See, these are golden principles for the wife. Because you are here in that house to make into a home and happy marriage. If you miss any of those points, your marriage is going to slowly mess up. So, don't hesitate in fulfilling his needs. Next point, comfort your husband in times of difficulty. When Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam got the biggest and the deepest pressure on this planet of prophethood, who was the first comforter? He went to Khadija radiallahu ta'ala anha. And the comforting words she said to the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he said, Kalla wallahi. He said, I feel fear for my life. So she said, I swear by Allah, Allah will never disgrace you. Allah will never harm you. And she said 5 qualities of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Look at the comforting. This is what the Muhaddithin say. These 5 qualities she mentioned about the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam are such that if anyone has these qualities, he can never be disgraced on earth. So at times of difficulty, comfort your husband with words. If he's coming with difficulty from the workplace or anywhere else, comfort him, comfort each other. A lot of the time the husbands require this comfort. Next point, there is dignity in admitting one's mistakes and there is safety in silence. If you made a mistake, just say, oh, sorry, and I made a mistake yesterday, whatever I said, whatever I did, I'm sorry, please, just forgive me. It doesn't harm, but look what it's just done. It's okay, don't worry. If the husband is good, nice person, he will say, it's okay, don't worry about it. If the husband is bad, he's going to have another rant at her. No, that's just messing up the family life. So there is dignity in admitting to one's mistakes. Okay? And sometimes you just have to learn how to be silent. Yapping away. If the husband talks so much or the wife talks so much, just keep silent. Man samata naja. Whoever keeps silent saves himself. So this is the hadith as well. Next point. Express your heart's sorrow only to Allah. If you are finding it difficult with your husband, say it to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and talk about it in a mashwara with your husband. But say to Allah, let Allah listen to your problems. And say to Allah, Ya Allah, please, I'm finding it difficult, Ya Allah, please help me get along with my husband or my wife. Why don't we do that? How often do we do that? Ya Allah, I'm finding my husband not giving attention, he's not giving attention to me, or my wife, Ya Allah, she's disobedient, whatever. When do we pray to Allah about this issue? So do that. Next point, be kind to your husband's relatives. So be kind to your husband's relatives because he wants to see this. When you're kind to your husband's relatives or your wife's relatives, she will feel happy. My husband's talking nicely with my parents or my brothers, etc. In the same manner, the wife, if she's happy with others and she's consulting them, etc., and she's always joking around with them, he will feel that they get along together. That's just how things are supposed to be. Remember, not everything will be according to the plan, but we can make it according to the plan if we really wanted. Next point, one should not obey this creation if that means disobeying the Creator. We've talked about the issue earlier. Yes. So that's it, inshallah. If you've taken the picture of this, or you've taken the recording or whatever, or if you've taken notes, please, my respected brothers and sisters, take those points in and look at these points and read them regularly. Because these points are taken from the Quran and Sunnah and the experience of mashayikh around the world. Okay? Work on them in your house. If you're finding your house which is a problem, you're having a problem because you haven't done anything to rectify the problem. So husband and wife to work together to rectify the problem. If you see the wife, the sisters see that my husband's messed up, he's a druggie, he drinks alcohol, he doesn't even come in the house, he's, with his friends all the time, complain to Allah. Number 18, complain to Allah, Ya Allah, this is what I see my husband, but I'm here in someone else's house, in his house. I would wish my husband to say, Ya Allah, you can change the hearts. Ya Allah, I can't change, but you can. You see? Which person, which sister or brother makes that dua? Ya Allah, you are the changer of the hearts. You can change things. I see my husband not giving me attention, or he doesn't care about me. Ya Allah, you can change things. Ya Allah, please change my husband's or my wife's heart. Can we make dua like that? May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us the understanding of His deen. May Allah be pleased in both the dunya and akhirah. May Allah give us the ability to practice upon what's been said to all of us. And may Allah give us the ability to make a change from today, inshallah. Wa akhiru da'wana alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Subhanallah wa subhanallah. Astaghfirullah wa atubu ilayk.
Inshallah, we'll have a short break now. So inshallah, until 2:55, inshallah, we'll have break, refreshments. So men can go to the library, inshallah. 2:55, inshallah, we'll have Asr Adhan, followed by Asr Salah, and then we'll carry on with the talak discussion as well, inshallah. Jazakumullah. الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيد الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين ومن تبعهم بإحسان ودعا بدعوتهم واستنى بسنتهم أجمعين أما بعد قال الله عز وجل الطلاق مرتان فإمساك بمعروف أو تسريح بإحسان. We begin with the praise of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we send salutations, peace and blessings upon Nabi Kareem sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Again we remind ourselves that alhamdulillah we have come to learn the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is something very blessed, something a person will get a lot of reward for, inshallah. As long as he has this intention, then inshallah he will bring this into practice. So alhamdulillah we have listened to many advices, we've gone through many verses of the Quran, many sayings of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and many advices from the lives of Sahaba, the lives of the pious people that have spent their lives before us. So inshallah if we bring these things into our life, then inshallah this is where we will find success. So inshallah we keep these points noted down, inshallah we try and bring them into our lives, and inshallah Allah Ta'ala will put many blessings into our marriages. Inshallah this next part of the course, inshallah about 40 minutes, 35-40 minutes, inshallah this will cover the issue of divorce. So inshallah a couple of points about avoiding divorce, then basic fiqh of divorce, about iddah as well, waiting period, and then inshallah we'll talk about the issue of 3 talak, the misconceptions with regards to this. So if you go on to the next slide, just to start this off, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Talak. Ibn Umar radiallahu ta'ala anhu narrates that the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, أَبْغَضُ الْحَلَالِ إِلَى اللَّهِ عَزَّ وَجَلَّ الطَّلَاقِ, that the most detested of all lawful acts in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is divorce. The most detested of all lawful acts is divorce, it is talaq. So this is something that is not encouraged in Sharia. Again, Sharia encourages that husband and wife, they try to reconcile, they try to solve issues that are between them. If they themselves are not able to do so, then they try and seek the advice of ulama, mashayikh, etc. And the pious people of the locality, the elders of that locality, should try and keep marriages together as much as possible. But again, Sharia understands that sometimes marriages do not work, sometimes even though they are trying, and it may come to a stage where they need to separate, and for this we have talaq. Now talaq is something that is hard to understand. There's many rules with regards to this, and this is why it's very important that a person learns the rulings of talaq. A person, he wants to do business, then for this person it becomes fard to learn the rules of business. What is halal in business? What is haram in business? For example, a person is a farmer. So for that person, the rules of farming, how he should do his farming, what zakat, etc. he needs to give with regards to his crops, with regards to his animals,
that all becomes necessary for him to learn. So similarly, when a person is getting married, then it becomes necessary for him to learn everything about marriage, as well as learning the rulings of divorce. And this is why this point here, understanding the rulings of divorce is personally obligatory. It's farz ayn. This means anyone who's going to get married, is married, then it becomes necessary for them to learn the rulings of divorce, talak, etc. Again, we do not learn these masail, and this is why in our societies we have many misconceptions with regards to divorce and talak. Moving on, just to cover something which is a social stigma of divorce. Divorce, although a last resort, is nevertheless permissible and sometimes necessary. So again, we'll mention the hadith on the last slide, the أبغض الحلال إلى الله عز وجل, that the most detested of halal actions, permissible actions. So at the end of the day, giving talaq is permissible. If it's for the right reasons and is done in the correct manner, then giving talaq is permissible. Sometimes a husband gives talaq to his wife, and the husband's parents start to say things. They tell the child that why have you given talaq? Now you've caused so many problems. Now there's going to be friction between the two families. Now in society we're going to have a bad name. And like this, they talk bad about this person. Again, talaq, even though it's not something encouraged, even though it's a last resort, last solution, but it's still permissible. And sometimes we don't know the circumstances that a person had to give talaq with. Sometimes it becomes necessary for a person to give talaq. So this is why we shouldn't look down on people that give talaq, especially parents or elders in families or in societies. If they know of someone that has given talaq, then we shouldn't push them away. And this is why the second point, a person going through a divorce, whether that be the man or the woman, both of them, they need support and they do not need judgment. So it's very important that the parents or the family members, the elders of the family, or even people of the locality, we don't judge people if they've given talaq or they're going through a divorce. Rather, we try and support them. Again, both the man and the woman, they will need help to re-establish themselves. So inshallah, this is what we need to do, give them support. And as a final point, as a community, we need to make marriage easier for people. And that includes making it easier for people who have been divorced. Someone that's gone through a divorce and they're wishing to marry again, then we need to make that marriage easier for them. And a key part of this is to get rid of the stigma surrounding divorce or somebody that has gone through a divorce, whether that be the man or the woman. So the gist of this slide is that talaq at the end of the day is something permissible if it's given in the right condition and in the right method. And somebody that's given talaq or somebody that was given talaq, they're going through separation for whatever reason, at that time we shouldn't judge them, we shouldn't say negative things to them. Rather, they need support at that time, especially family members. We need to be supportive and inshallah help them to find somebody else to get remarried and then back into routine, inshallah. Moving on to the next slide, steps to actively avoid divorce. So like we said, Islam encourages that families try and stay together as much as possible, and we should try and avoid divorce as much as possible. This is why the first point, a person should actively work on one's marriage and deal with problems promptly and effectively. And this is what Hazrat Mufti Sahib has been talking about in the previous session as well as the previous course that we had. The key principles for the husband, key principles for the wife. And inshallah, if a person actively tries to work on their marriage, then majority of the problems will be solved. Maybe there'll be some problems, but a person will learn how to overlook those problems. And inshallah, their marriage will remain intact. Second thing that Hazrat Mufti Sahib mentioned as well before is to remove the word divorce from our vocabulary.
This isn't a word that should be on our tongues. We shouldn't have the word talaq or divorce on our tongues. Even if a person in jest, so he's joking around, he's fooling around, and he ends up saying words of divorce, then this divorce will take place. So this is why we have the hadith of Abu Hurairah radiallahu ta'ala an, where he narrates from Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam that he said, Salasun jidduhunna jiddun wa hazruhunna jiddun. That three things, whether undertaken seriously or whether as a joke, in jest, they will be treated seriously. An-nikah wa talaq wa raj'a. So marriage or divorce or revocation, which is basically them getting back together. So we should try and get rid of the word divorce or talaq from our vocabulary. And final point that Hazrat Mufti mentioned as well is to learn to control one's anger. Again, a lot of people, they become angry in the spur of the moment, they utter words of talaq, and then they come to the Mufti or the ulama and they mention, this happened, I was angry, I gave talaq. But no, talaq happens. Even if a person is angry, talaq will happen. It's only if this person becomes completely mad, he has no sense of himself, only then the fuqaha have written masail for that. But in normal anger, normal person's anger, talaq will occur. So this is why it's very important that we learn to control one's anger. If things are getting heated, like as the Muftis have mentioned, we calm ourselves, we move ourselves away from that place, we read A'udhu Billah abundantly, we perform wudu. If we're standing, we sit down. If we're seated, we lie down, and we try and think of something else. So inshallah, if we bring these things into our life, and inshallah this will be us actively trying to avoid any situation that will lead to talaq or divorce. Moving on to the next slide, very briefly we're going to talk about the fiqh of divorce. Inshallah this will cover some misconceptions that we have as well. Very important that we listen carefully and understand each point. Again, if there's anything that we're uncertain about or a bit confused, then after the program you can always refer back to the ulama that are present as well. So point number one, only the husband has the right to divorce. So many a times we get asked, the man's asking, my wife has given me divorce, or the wife is saying, I've divorced my husband. So we have to understand that divorce, the right to divorce, is with the husband. The wife cannot divorce her husband. Again, that doesn't mean that if the husband is being abusive, violent, that she has no way out of the marriage. No, she can arrange khula and then she can leave the marriage in that way. So this khula is something that we will discuss later on. So she has this avenue out of marriage if things get abusive, violent, etc. Point number two, the husband has the right to issue up to 3 talaq. Now there is great wisdom behind this. At the time of Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, the people of Arabia, they used to give many talaq. And they used to give 1 talaq, and whilst the woman was in her waiting period, so she'd be waiting, and then right at the end of the waiting period, they would give another talaq. They would get back together, then give her another talaq. Again, she's waiting, and then at the end of that period, they will get back together, give another talaq. And like this, the man will just play with the woman and hold on to this woman. So she's neither with her husband, nor is she able to remarry with somebody else, because technically she's in the marriage of the first person. So like this, there was a lot of injustice being done upon the women. And this is why Islam came and said that the husband has the right to issue up to 3 talaq. After 3, then that's it. End of story. Husband and wife can no longer remain with each other. And like this, she will be saved from this kind of oppression and dhulm that was happening at that time. So this is why the husband has the right to issue up to 3 talaq. Very important that we understand this. Up to 3. It does not mean the husband, when he gives talaq, he gives 3 in one go. If he wants to give talaq, and we'll mention this later on, he simply needs to give 1 talaq. If he gives 1 talaq, then after the iddah, nikah is finished. So there's no need to give 3 in one go, up to 3. So for example, you've given 1, later on you think, no, maybe we'll try again. So they can get back together. We'll explain this later on. The husband and wife can get back together. Again, some discord happens, etc. The husband gives a 2nd talaq. Even then they can get back together. But once the husband's given the 3rd talaq, then they can never ever get back together. There's one scenario where they can, but inshallah we'll talk about that later on. 3rd point, the husband's expression of divorce must be in the past or present tense. Statements in the future tense, for example, I am going to divorce you, they will not count as they lack certainty. So that's self-explanatory. And the last point here, the husband's expression of divorce can either be clear, direct, explicit, where there's no room for interpretation. For example, I have divorced you. So the only meaning we can understand from that is that he has given divorce. Or for example, you are divorced. So there's no room for interpretation there. There's other expression could be something vague, something indirect. So for example, get out of here. So get out of here could just mean leave the house. Or it could mean get out of my marriage. It could mean both. For example, you are free, we are finished. So we are finished could just be, end of discussion. Or it could mean end of marriage. So there's possibilities with what this person meant. Now remember, Sharia, it does not make a person mukallaf of, or for example, a mufti or a qadi, a judge, a case comes to him, he doesn't know people's intentions, he doesn't know people's thought process, he doesn't know what's happening in the mind. And this is why they will act upon what is apparent. What is apparent. And this is why in this 2nd scenario, a person, obviously he could have meant nikah, maybe he didn't mean nikah. For the judge, he does not know the intention of the person. And this is why he will look at the circumstances. So for example, the husband and wife, they were talking about divorce. The wife saying to the husband, give me divorce, give me divorce. And then the husband says, we are finished. So obviously there's circumstantial evidence there. And this is why the qadi or the mufti will say that this vague or indirect expression will also lead to divorce. So if you move on to the next slide, inshallah, this will explain this point a bit clearer. If the divorce is issued with clear words, if it's clear, then there's no looking at intention, because there's no possibility that he meant something else. So if a person uses clear words, for example, I have divorced you, I have given you divorce, then that means the divorce will occur straight away, irrespective of one had the intention of divorcing or he didn't have the intention of divorcing. And like we looked at the hadith as well, even if he was just joking, if he said to his wife, I've given you divorce, then that divorce will take place. A mufti or a qadi will not ask, did you mean divorce? Did you make intention of divorce? No, even if you had no intention of divorce, you were joking about divorce, divorce will take place. But with this 2nd scenario, then we look at circumstantial evidence. So if the divorce is issued in vague words, so for example, you are free, get out of my house, we are finished, get out of here, then the divorce will occur if the husband had intention, or if there's circumstantial evidence. Now what do we mean by circumstantial evidence? For example, he was angry, they were discussing divorce, something was happening between them, and looking at the circumstances, we would understand that this person was trying to divorce his wife. So if that can be understood from the circumstances, then this 2nd type will also result in a divorce. Moving on to the next slide. When a person gives a clear, direct expression of divorce, then that divorce is revocable.
i.e. he can take it back. So for example, he said to his wife, I have given you divorce. So that's clear wording, talaq will take place. But this is such a talaq that he can take it back if he wanted to. If he wants, then him and his wife can get back together. He just needs to take it back. He needs to do something that we call raj'ah, which will go on to the next slide. Number two, if he used vague or figurative kinaya expressions, so he said get out of here, etc., and he had the intention of divorce, or there was circumstantial evidence of that divorce, then the divorce will take place, but this is such a divorce that is irrevocable, i.e. they can't get back together. If they want to get back together, then after iddah they will have to do a new nikah, new mahar, etc., and that's the only way they can get back together. And like we said, this is the scenario up until number 3. If 3 divorces are given, whether that be on separate occasions or all together, like we will discuss later on, whether the words are sari or kinaya, so maybe he gave one talaq which was clear, his second talaq which was vague, and now a third one that is vague. But because it's reached number 3, now this is permanent divorce, which means never ever ever will they be able to get back together, except for halala, but we will discuss that later on inshallah. G, this first type, talaq raj'i, we said was revocable divorce. So again, if a person he gives divorce, one divorce with clear wordings, you are divorced, I have given you divorce, I have given you talaq. So one divorce is given clear. Then again, this wife will now go into what we call iddah. Iddah is waiting period. This is where she will have to wait depending on whether she menstruates or whether she's pregnant or whether she's past that age. That will come later on when we discuss iddah, but she will enter her state of iddah. So when the wife is given a revocable divorce, she will enter the state of iddah, and this will be under normal scenarios for 3 complete hayd cycles, menstrual cycles. During this time, the nikah is suspended, and after the iddah, the nikah will be finished. So during iddah, nikah is suspended. Once the iddah is complete, the divorce becomes final, and now the couple are considered fully divorced. So this is how we should give divorce. If we're going to give divorce, then we give one talaq in clear words. After 3 menstrual cycles, after her iddah, then the man and woman are now separate, and talaq is done, and there's no issue. If, however, during the iddah, go back to that slide. If, however, during the iddah, the couple wish to get back together again, so this waiting period, during the waiting period, if the husband and wife think that, you know what, let's give it a second try, we want to get back together again, then like we said, this is revocable divorce. So the husband can revoke the divorce verbally or by any intimate act. Obviously, intimate act isn't something that they should be doing. If he wants to revoke, he should do it verbally. So if he wants to get back to his wife, then he should say in clear words that I am taking you back into my marriage. Now when he does this, the marriage will automatically be reinstated. There's no need for a new nikah, no need for a new mahar. And this is why we wrote there, during iddah, nikah is suspended. Not finished, it's suspended. If he wants to carry on, he can. But if after the period ends, he hasn't taken her back, then the nikah will finish. If after the iddah, again we said, iddah finishes, talaq is done, talaq becomes final, now they're completely separate. So after, later on, they want to get back together again, then because talaq has become final and they're fully separated, if they want to get back together again, they will have to do a new nikah. Again, a new nikah with all of its conditions, including a new mahar. So this is talaq raj'i, when a person he gives clear or divorce using clear words. then the wife will enter iddah. During the iddah, that waiting period, if they want to get back together, then they can. No need for nikah. After the waiting period, the nikah will be broken. They can go their own ways, they can remarry elsewhere. If, however, they want to marry again after iddah, so after the waiting period, then they will have to do a new nikah. So this is when the wedding is clear, what we call talak raj'i. We also have what we call talak ba'in. This is the irrevocable one. This is when we are using vague words. When a wife is given an irrevocable divorce, so is given vague or divorce using vague words, and due to circumstantial evidence or the intention of the person, we consider that to be a divorce, then we said that's irrevocable. So same thing, she will enter the state of iddah. However, in this case, during the iddah, the nikah is not suspended, the nikah is already broken. So the difference between this one and the one before is that if it was clear wording, then the husband and wife can get back together during iddah. Here, if it's vague wording, then the husband and wife cannot get back together during iddah. If they want to get back together, then they will have to do a new nikah. In the previous one, they didn't need to do a new nikah. If it was within the iddah time, they could get back together. That's why it was revocable. This one is irrevocable, they can't get back together. If they want to get back together, they will have to do a new nikah. So just to read that again carefully, when the wife is given an irrevocable divorce, she will enter the state of iddah for 3 complete menstrual cycles. However, in this case, during the iddah, the nikah is already broken. So it's not suspended, it's already broken. Based on this, if the couple wish to get back together again, whether during the iddah or afterwards, they will have to perform a new nikah with all of its conditions. Again, namely, a new mahar will be necessary. We said this is if he gave 1 talaq or 2 talaq. If he gave 3, whether separately or all in one, then this is permanent. Then there's no way of them getting back together. So this is on the next slide, something that we call talaq mughallada. This is a permanent divorce. If 3 divorces are issued, then she will be permanently divorced, such that they cannot remarry at all unless something that is called halala takes place. So if you just look at this ayah, inshallah we'll explain. فَإِن طَلَّقَهَا, if the husband divorces her a 3rd time, فَلَا تَحِلُّ لَهُ مِن بَعْدُ حَتَّى تَنْكِحَ زَوْجًا غَيْرًا, then she will no longer remain lawful for him unless she marries another man other than him. Next, فَإِن طَلَّقَهَا فَلَا جُنَاحَ عَلَيْهِمَا أَن يَتَرَاجَعَا إِن ظَنَّا أَن يُقِيمَا حُدُودَ اللَّهِ. Should he divorce her too, i.e. should the second husband also divorce her, then there is no sin on them, i.e. the first husband and the wife, getting back to each other if they think that they will be able to maintain the limits set by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So what this is saying is, a person, he gives 3 talaq to his wife. So now they're permanently divorced. Now this wife remarries or gets married to a new person, they get intimate, and for some reason she gets divorced from him as well. Only in that scenario can she then get back with a new marriage to the first person. So for them to get back together again, she will have to enter the marriage of somebody else. That marriage must be consummated, and then in talaq, etc., iddah, everything, she gets divorced, separated from that second husband as well. Then she can go back to the first person. Now this is something, if by chance it happened. If a person, he gives 3 talaq to his wife. Now he thinks, Ya Allah, I want to get back. So then this person arranges for his wife to marry somebody else, get intimate, to divorce her, so that she can come back. Then Allah Ta'ala's la'na is on such people. This is why it comes in the hadith of Abu Dawood, Tirmidhi. Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam says, لَعَنَ اللَّهُ الْمُحَلِّلِ وَالْمُحَلَّلْ لَهُ, that may Allah Ta'ala curse. Allah Ta'ala curses this person who does halala. So it's the second person who is simply marrying to get intimate with the woman so that she can go back to the first husband. So this second man, Allah's la'na is on him. وَالْمُحَلَّلْ لَهُ, and the first person as well who is arranging all of this to happen. So Allah Ta'ala's la'na is on such people. This is why it's very important that we understand that when 3 talaqs have occurred, then this is end of story, permanent divorce. If by chance this scenario happens, if by chance, then they will be able to get back together. But if we pre-plan this, arrange this, so that we can try and get back together again, then Allah Ta'ala's la'na is upon such people. The people who arrange this, and the people who accept the woman into their marriage, just so that they can get intimate and then divorce them again. These halala services that are rendered in some places, this is all with the la'na of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this is why it's very important that we understand the severity of giving 3 divorces. If you give 3 divorces, it is very severe. There is no way you're getting back with your wife again. If you try and arrange this to happen, is Allah Ta'ala's la'na is with you. This is why it's very important that we understand the severity of 3 talaq. And like we said, talaq shouldn't be on our tongues. And we need to get rid of this misconception that if I give 3 talaq then only 1 occurs. Inshallah we will talk in detail that 3 talaqs given mean that 3 talaqs occur and this permanent divorce takes place. So very briefly, just to go through what we've discussed so far, if talaq is given with clear words, then the woman will enter iddah. At the end of her iddah, the talaq is complete and now they are separated. If however during the iddah the husband and wife want to get back together, they can do so without a new nikah. If after iddah they want to get back together, they will have to do a new nikah. The second type of talaq was when it was vague wording, or if a person says, I want to give you a irrevocable talaq. So if they use such words, then it's irrevocable, which means again she will enter iddah. After her iddah, the talaq, they're separated. If they want to get back together again, then they, in both scenarios, will have to do a new nikah. Whether in iddah or outside of iddah, they will have to do a new nikah. And this third type of talaq, which is most serious, if a person reaches number 3, so whether he gave all 3 in one go, or he gave 1, and then a second one, and then a third one, or he gave 2 in one go, and then another one, but when he reaches 3, then they're permanently divorced. Even if they do a new nikah, they cannot marry. They cannot remarry at all unless this scenario by coincidence happens. If they arrange this to happen so they can get back together again, then we mentioned Allah Ta'ala's la'na is on such people. Moving on to the next slide, just to cover 1 or 2 misconceptions. Divorce during menstruation and pregnancy. When a woman is experiencing her periods, a man should not give talaq. So divorcing during the wife's menstruation is highly disliked, it's unlawful. You're not allowed to give talaq when your wife is in this state. That being said, if a person gives talaq in that state, the talaq will still be effective and valid. So even though the husband is sinful for giving talaq, that talaq still counts. So some people they ask that, she was in her time of month, so talaq doesn't happen because it was haram for me to give talaq anyway. No, you are sinful for giving talaq, but that talaq still counts, is still valid. Second misconception, divorcing during the wife's pregnancy, there's nothing wrong with that. That's permissible and is valid. When the wife gives birth to the child, that's when her iddah will finish, and then the nikah will be broken. If you move on to the next slide, khula. So like we said, sometimes obviously this right of giving talak is with the husband. Sometimes the husband doesn't give talak. He's being abusive, violent, unjust. And now the woman, she wants a way out of this abusive relationship. So for her, we have something that we call khula. Khula is when the wife agrees with her husband to give something in return, something of monetary value, money, etc., in return for an irrevocable divorce. Now, why is it irrevocable? So that the husband doesn't just take her back and, same problem again. So an irrevocable divorce will take place in the scenario of khula. Now this is mentioned in the Quran, وَلَا يَحِلُّ لَكُمْ أَن تَأْخُذُوا مِمَّا آتَيْتُمُوهُنَّ شَيْئًا. In this verse, it is not lawful for you to take back anything that you have given your wives, except where both fear that they cannot maintain the marriage within the bounds set by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If you, referring to third parties, people that are trying to help the woman get out of the marriage, so the third party arbiters, if you suspect that the couple may not be able to do this, they're not able to maintain the bounds set by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, there will be no blame on either of them if the woman opts to give something, so give some money to the husband for her release. So what usually happens is the woman gives some money and then the husband gives her talaq, and then like this they will separate. So this is khula that also takes place. Moving on to the next slide, just to look at the iddah of divorce. So like we said, in usual scenarios, it's 3 complete menstrual cycles. So وَالْمُطَلَّقَاتُ يَتَرَبَّصْنَ بِأَنفُسِهِنَّ ثَلَاثَةَ قُرُوءٍ. Divorced women must wait for 3 complete menstrual cycles before remarrying. If the woman was in hayd, so she was experiencing her menstrual cycle, and although it's unlawful for the husband, but the husband gave her divorce in the menstrual cycle, she will not count that one. That will be half. She will have to wait for 1 complete, 2 complete, and then 3 complete periods to pass. This is why a husband should not give divorce when she is menstruating. Why? Because now the iddah is going to become longer and you're going to put her through more difficulty. So anyway, a divorced woman who menstruates, her waiting period is 3 complete, has to be complete periods. After that she can remarry. If a person has grown old, they no longer menstruate, then for them 3 months. وَاللَّائِي يَئِسْنَ مِنَ الْمَحِيضِ مِن نِّسَائِكُمْ إِنِ ارْتَبْتُمْ فَعِدَّتُهُنَّ 3 أَشْهُرٍ وَاللَّائِي لَمْ يَحِضْنَ. The waiting period will be 3 months for those women who have ceased menstruating and for those who have not yet menstruated. And finally, وَأُولَاتُ الْأَحْمَالِ أَجْلُهُنَّ أَن يَضَعْنَ حَمْلَهُنَّ. The waiting period of those who are pregnant will be until they deliver their burden. So if a pregnant woman is given divorce, then she will have to wait until she delivers a child, then her iddah will finish. Just some rules with regards to iddah. Very quickly, during the iddah, the wife must stay at the husband's marital home unless she fears for her safety. During this period, the husband will undertake all expenses. However, if the husband refuses, the husband's being abusive, the husband saying, I'm not going to, so even though it's the husband's responsibility, he denies and he refuses, and there's nobody else that can look after her, nobody else, no family members that can provide for her, only then can she leave with conditions. She has to leave during the day, daylight hours. She can't leave at night to work. She can only work during the day in daylight hours, and she must go straight to work, straight back. And again, this is only in the scenario where she has nobody to provide for her. Her husband's not taking any expenses, and the family members, etc., they're unable to provide for her. Then only then can she work. If there are people who are able to look after her, then she cannot work, she cannot leave home. Second point, a woman who has been issued a revocable divorce, because it's revocable, because they can't get back together, and Sharia encourages people getting back together, then this is why a person who has been given a revocable divorce, it's encouraged for her to adorn herself. Why? So that the husband and wife get back together. However, if the divorce was irrevocable, or they're permanently divorced, 3 talaqs were given, now the woman cannot beautify herself, she cannot adorn herself, they have to act like strangers. Anyway, this is called ihdad. This is called ihdad. Leaving any beautification, this is called ihdad. This includes not wearing fragrance, not wearing any jewelry, not wearing any mendi or hinna, no oil, etc., no makeup. Again, if it's due to some valid medical reason, then there will be slight permissibility depending on what it is. But the gist of this is that she cannot beautify or adorn herself in any way. Now this doesn't mean that she can't clean herself. No, she can clean herself, she can look after her cleanliness, but she can't beautify herself. Again, she's allowed to take a bath. Next point, women in iddah are to remain in the home. They cannot leave at any time. They cannot go to the marketplaces, they cannot attend functions. Leaving the house without a valid excuse is a major sin. That being said, if a woman leaves the house during her iddah, that does not mean the iddah breaks and that she'll have to do a new iddah. She doesn't need to start the iddah again. What she's done is wrong, she'll be sinful, but her iddah will continue. So this was the basic fiqh of divorce. Inshallah, very quickly, we're just going to touch on one misconception, and this is the issue of 3 talaq. On the next slide, the issue of 3 talaq. Inshallah, I'll try and make this as simple as possible. Inshallah, we're going to go through a lot of ahadith, our understanding, the fatwa of the Sahaba, the consensus of the Ummah, mentioning a lot of things. Why? Because a lot of people have this misconception that if 3 talaq are given together, they only equal 1. And they go to different so-called scholars, and they tell them as well that no, if you've given 3 talaq, it's fine, it only counts as 1. And obviously, because that's easier to take, then this is the opinion that they take. And like Hazrat Mufti Sahib was saying as well, that people, they come asking us about 3 talaq, then when we tell them they're permanently divorced, they don't want to listen, they'll go to somebody else who will say, no, it's fine, you can get back together again. And now these 2 people who are haram for each other, they're living with each other. When they get intimate, then they're doing zina. Any children that they have thereafter will be children of zina. And this is something that invites a la'na of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to societies. So inshallah, we're going to spend about 5-10 minutes explaining this in detail. Why? So that everybody here can be satisfied that yes, 3 talaq equals 3 talaq. Even if these so-called learned scholars who mention 1 or 2 ahadith and say that no, 3 talaq equal 1, this isn't the opinion of Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah. So anyway, very quickly, inshallah, briefly as well, but understand this. And at the end of this, I want you to have itminan and content, be content that yes, this opinion is the correct opinion. This is the only opinion that has been accepted by all the ulama of this ummah since the time of Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam. If we can walk away with this much contentment and we can go back and tell our families, I attended this course and one thing I learned in that course and that I'm completely satisfied with is that 3 talaq equals 3 talaq. If we can get this misconception out of our society, people understand the severity of 3 talaq, then so many problems will be solved. So inshallah, moving forward, 3 talaq issued together will result in 3 talaq taking place. Like we mentioned before, this is known in the terminology of Sharia as talaq mughallada. This is the unanimous opinion of all the early ulama. all four schools of thought. And to say that 3 talaq issued together only result in 1 talaq, this goes against the Quran, it goes against the ahadith, it goes against the consensus of the Sahaba radiallahu ta'ala anhum ajma'een, and it goes against the consensus of the Ummah from the time of Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam until today. So to believe that 3 talaq only equal 1, this is going against deen basically. G. Some people, they ask so-called scholars and they say, no, let's present to you a hadith. So if you look at the next slide, this is what they will present to us. They will say, if you look at the narration of Ibn Abbas radiallahu ta'ala an, this is Ibn Abbas radiallahu ta'ala anhu's words. In the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, and the time of Abu Bakr radiallahu ta'ala an, and the time of Hazrat Umar, in the first 2 years of the Khilafah of Umar, 3 pronouncements of divorce, 3 utterances of divorce were regarded as 1. So they say, look at this hadith, look, 3 divorce were regarded as 1. Carrying on the hadith, Umar radiallahu ta'ala anhu said, إِنَّ النَّاسَ قَدْ اسْتَعْجَلُوا فِي أَمْرٍ قَدْ كَانَتْ لَهُمْ فِيهِ أَنَاتٍ. That people have made haste in an affair, in talaq, with regards to talaq, which they are required to take slowly. With regards to talaq, a person should take his time, give thought. But no, people are being hasty, there is giving talaq anyhow. فَلَوْ أَمْضَيْنَاهُ عَلَيْهِمْ. Hazrat Umar radiallahu ta'ala anhu with the rest of the Sahaba is saying, what if we impose this on them? I.e., what if we say 3 talaq equal 3 talaq? So he imposed it on them. From then he said that when a person gives 3 talaq, then it means 3 talaq. So these people, Allah Ta'ala gives them guidance. They look at this one hadith and they say, look, very clearly here, 3 talaq were regarded as 1 in the time of Rasulullah, at the time of Hazrat Abu Bakr, and the 2 years of Hazrat Umar. Later on, Hazrat Umar changed this. So they say that Hazrat Umar must have changed it for some reason. No, we're not going to take what Hazrat Umar radiallahu ta'ala anhu is saying. We want to stick to what Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam is saying. This is their mindset. And it sounds very nice, but this is far from the truth. In fact, based on this hadith, the Rawafid and the Shia swear at the Sahaba radiallahu ta'ala anhum. That look, Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam was doing something at his time, and now the Sahaba are changing this. And they use this to disrespect, na'udhu billah, the Sahaba radiallahu ta'ala anhum. This is why, according to these Shia people as well, 3 talaq equal 1. The outside Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah, we don't consider them anyway, but they believe 3 talaq to be 1. And they use this. And they use this to swear, na'udhu billah, at the Sahaba radiallahu ta'ala anhum ajma'in. The Qadiani people use this as well. G. Looking at this hadith, obviously, how do we understand this then? 3 divorce are regarded as 1. What does this mean? If you go to the next slide, first point to remember is that this narration is narrated by Ibn Abbas radiallahu ta'ala anhu. Now Ibn Abbas radiallahu ta'ala anhu narrates this hadith, yet when he was asked with regards to 3 talaq, he used to give fatwa that 3 talaq result in 3 talaq. As Ibn Abbas himself, when he's asked how many talaq will occur if a person gives 3 talaq, he is saying 3. He's not saying 1, he's saying 3. And this has been narrated from 8 of Ibn Abbas radiallahu ta'ala students whose names are on the slide. So Ibn Abbas's fatwa is going against what he has narrated. Based on this, looking at the next slide, Ibn Abdul Barr rahimahullah ta'ala mentions that Ibn Abbas would not have turned away from Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and Abu Bakr radiallahu ta'ala an and Umar radiallahu ta'ala an, and it's impossible that he would issue a fatwa according to his own personal opinion and not the opinion of the 2 khulafa or what Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam gave fatwa with regards to. It's impossible. How can we imagine that Ibn Abbas knew that Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam regarded them to be 1, but then he himself is regarding them to be 3. No Sahaba would change deen in this way. So it's impossible for us to understand the hadith in that way. This is why we need to take another understanding of the hadith. So what is the understanding of this hadith then? Very simple. At the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, a person will give 1 divorce. A person will give 1 divorce. Then he would emphasize, repeat himself, and he would emphasize that I am giving you divorce. So that second emphasis is not a new divorce, he's just emphasizing the first one. Then he would say again, but his intention is to emphasize the first one. So some people at the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they would give 1 talaq, and then they would emphasize by mentioning other statements of talaq. Some people at the time of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam would mention 3 talaq, but they would actually intend all 3 talaq. Now you have to understand that at that time Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was receiving wahy. He was receiving divine revelation from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is why even the munafiqun were scared to come to the masjid, that what happens if we come and Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam finds out that we're just hypocrites. Why? Because it was a time of wahy. Everybody was scared. Everybody was scared. Nobody would dare lie in front of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Why? Because they knew Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam would get divine revelation and I'll get caught. This is why in the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when a person would give 3 talaq, Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam would ask them that did you intend 3? If you intended 3, then 3 took place. If you intended to emphasize 1, then because Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam knew the reality, the actual intention, then Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam would say, okay, 1. So this is what Ibn Abbas was mentioning in the hadith, that at the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, 3 talaq used to equal 1. That wasn't always the time. The hadith, when Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, I'm going to cover those, when Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam was asked, and Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, no, all 3 have taken place. But what Ibn Abbas is saying, sometimes 3 talaq were given, Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam getting divine revelation and asking about the intention. No, he intended to emphasize. So Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, okay, for this person it's only 1. This was at the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. However, like we've read in the hadith as well, when it came to Umar radiallahu ta'ala an, and wahi has finished, there is no divine revelation. This is why Hazrat Umar radiallahu ta'ala an made this decision that look, we cannot look at a person's intention, we don't know the reality behind this, and this is why in every scenario we're going to say 3 have taken place. It's not like at the time of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam 3 always equaled 1. No, 3 equaled 3 at the time of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam as well. It was just in that scenario where a person gave 1, then he emphasized and then he emphasized again. Then because it was a time of wahy and because nobody would lie to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it was a time of piety, then Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam would, based on that one scenario, count it to be 1 talaq. Just to look at a hadith in Bukhari, inshallah this will clear everything. Abdullah ibn Utbah rahimahullah ta'ala anhu narrates, I heard Umar ibn Khattab radiallahu ta'ala anhu saying, Inna unasan, verily people, كانوا يؤخذون بالوحي في عهد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. They were judged by wahy, divine revelation, during the lifetime of Rasulullah صلى الله عليه وسلم. وإن الوحي قد انقطع, and wahy has been discontinued. After Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam has passed away, there is no more wahy, there is no more divine revelation. We do not know what people are thinking, their intentions. This is why His Umar radiallahu ta'ala made it very clear at that time. We will now judge you according to your deeds that are public and in front of us. So this is how we explain the narration of Ibn Abbas that these people present. These people say that look, at the time of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, 3 talaq always equaled 1. It was Hazrat Umar radiallahu ta'ala anhu that na'udhu billah changed deen. No. 3 talaq equals 3 talaq at the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam as well. But this hadith is just mentioning that one scenario where a person, he gave 1 talaq, then he mentioned it again and again to emphasize he never intended to give 3, he only intended to give 1. Because it was a time of piety, number 1. Because it was a time when nobody would lie in front of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Because it was a time that if they were to lie, Allah Ta'ala would send divine revelation. So there was no possibility. This is why only at the time of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam would look at the intention, and maybe he would count 3 to be 1. But because wahy is over, there's no way of finding out, and we are only, or we have to judge people according to what is in front of us, what is public. This is why 3 talaq equals 3 talaq. So this is our understanding of the narration of Ibn Abbas. They then bring this narration of Rukana radiallahu ta'ala an. Ibn Abbas radiallahu ta'ala an, who narrates Rukana radiallahu ta'ala an. Just before I continue again, Ibn Abbas's understanding was 3 talaq gave equal 3 talaq. This is why his fatwa was that as well. This narration of Rukana radiallahu ta'ala an. Ibn Abbas radiallahu ta'ala an, who narrates that Rukana radiallahu ta'ala an divorced his wife 3 times in one sitting. So he became very upset. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam asked him, how did you divorce her? He said, I divorced her 3 times. He said, in one sitting? He said, yes. So Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, okay, that's only 1 divorce. If you want, you can return to her. This has been mentioned by many scholars of ahadith in the hadith books. This one is from Musnad Ahmad. Again, this seems to go against our opinion. So what is our answer to this? This incident of Rukana radiallahu ta'ala has been narrated in many books of hadith with many different wordings. So the wording that we looked at previously on the previous slide, I divorced her 3 times, that's one wording. However, if you look at this next slide, according to many great muhaddithin, just to name a few, Imam Abu Dawood, Imam Shafi'i, Imam Ibn Habban, Imam Hakim, Imam Dar Qutni rahimahumullah ta'ala, the most authentic narration that mentions this incident, the story of Rukana radiallahu ta'ala, is that he used the word irrevocably. And we've learned previously, if a person gives irrevocable divorce, then that's 1 divorce. We've already learned that before. So this hadith doesn't go against our opinion. Rukana radiallahu ta'ala, this is mentioned in Tirmidhi. Rukana radiallahu ta'ala who narrates, I came to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and said, O Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, I irrevocably divorce my wife. He said the word al-batta, I irrevocably divorce my wife. So Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, what did you mean? What did you intend? Again we said, when a person uses irrevocable divorce, then we look at the intention. This is why Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam asking about the intention. He said 1 divorce, and this is why Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, do you swear by Allah? Yes, I swear by Allah. Then if you intended 1 divorce, it's only 1 divorce. So this hadith, this incident of Rukana, cannot be used to prove 3 divorce equals 3 divorce. Why? Because the correct narration of this incident is that he didn't give 3 divorces, he gave an irrevocable divorce. This is why Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam asked him about his intention. He said 1, and then he said, okay, if you intended 1, then only 1 will take place. Inshallah, very quickly, this is our answers to the hadith that they present. What are our proofs? From the Quran. 3 talaq equals 3 talaq from the Quran. Allah Ta'ala mentions, at-talaqu marratan. Talaq is twice. فَإِمْسَاكُمْ بِمَعْرُوفٍ أَوْ تَسْرِيحٌ بِإِحْسَانٍ. If it's given twice, then you can either get back together again, like we said. If it's clear wording, then even in iddah they can get back together without nikah. But anyway, they can get back together again. أَوْ تَسْرِيحٌ بِإِحْسَانٍ. Or you can release her fairly with fair treatment, release her nicely, i.e. separate your own ways. فَإِن طَلَّقَهَا فَلَا تَحِلُّ لَهُ مِن بَعْدُ حَتَّى تَنْكِحَ زَوْجًا غَيْرَهُ. If he divorces her a 3rd time, then this option doesn't remain anymore. This option of getting back together doesn't remain anymore. فَلَا تَحِلُّ لَهُ مِن بَعْدُ حَتَّى تَنْكِحَ زَوْجًا غَيْرَهُ. She will no longer remain lawful for him. So this is proven from the Quran that if a person gives that 3rd talaq, if the person gives 3rd talaq, 3 talaq, then all 3 take place, and now they are haram upon one and another. From the hadith, just to mention one due to time, as Aisha radiallahu ta'ala anha narrates that a person divorced his wife thrice, then she married another person but was divorced from him as well. So this halala scenario that we said before, Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was asked, is she lawful for the first husband? Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, no, unless they were intimate, unless they consummated the marriage. So this proves that the first time the woman was married and she was given 3 divorces, that all 3 divorces took place, she was mughallada, and that they were completely haram upon each other. This is why Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is saying that all 3 are taking place, they're haram on each other. The only way they can get back together is if in the second marriage they got intimate, they consummated the marriage, the second husband divorces, then they will be able to get back together. So this is also proven from hadith. This is narration of Bukhari Sharif. Jif, Sunan Nasai, this is mentioned but very quickly. Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam was informed عن رجل طلق امرأته 3 تطليقات جميعا. The wording here, جميعا. Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam was informed regarding a person who gave talak, 3 talaks all together to a person. Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam became very angry and he said, أَيَلْعَبُ بِكِتَابِ اللَّهِ وَأَنَا بَيْنَ أَظْهُرِكُمْ. That are these people going to play with the ayat of Allah Ta'ala, with the deen of Allah Ta'ala, whilst I'm still amongst you? I.e., even in my lifetime, you're not taking this 3 talaq issue seriously and you're just giving 3 talaq like this. Sunan Dawqutni, narration of Ali radiallahu ta'ala an. سمع النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم رجلا طلق البتة فغضب رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. Long hadith. Basically, as Ali radiallahu ta'ala anhu says that Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam heard of a person who gave 3 talaq to his wife. Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam became very angry and he said, تَتَّخِذُونَ آيَاتِ اللَّهِ هُزُوًا. You are taking the commands of Allah ta'ala lightly, you're taking it as a joke. أَوَ دِينُ اللَّهِ هُزُوًا وَلَعِبًا. Is the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala something to play with? And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said these words, مَنْ طَلَّقَ إِمْرَأَتَهُ الْبَتَّةَ أَلْزَمْنَاهُ ثَلَاثًا. A person gives irrevocable divorce, 3 divorce, then we are going to count them to be 3 divorces. لا تحل له من بعد حتى تنكح زوجا غيره. For that person, they are not halal until she remarries, they consummate the marriage, etc. So this is very clear from the hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Very briefly, from the fatwa of the Sahaba radiallahu ta'ala anhum, Hazrat Umar radiallahu ta'ala anhu, Hazrat Uthman radiallahu ta'ala anhu, Hazrat Ali radiallahu ta'ala anhu, Hazrat Aisha radiallahu ta'ala anha, Hazrat Abdullah ibn Mas'ud radiallahu ta'ala anhu, Hazrat Abdullah ibn Umar, Abdullah ibn Abbas, Abu Huraira, Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As, and Salama radiallahu ta'ala anhum ajma'een. All of these Sahaba have been narrated, the students have narrated from them, that when they were asked with regards to 3 talaq, all of them said 3 talaq take place. This is the fatwa of the Sahaba radiallahu ta'ala anhum in the brackets of all the references of all the books. If you go on to this next slide, the consensus of the Ummah has always agreed that 3 talaq equals 3 talaq. This has been mentioned by Abu Bakr al-Jassas, rahimahullah ta'ala in Ahkam al-Quran, Ibn al-Humam rahimahullah ta'ala in Fath al-Qadir, Badruddin Aini rahimahullah ta'ala in Umdat al-Qari, Ibn Hajar rahimahullah ta'ala in Fath al-Bari, commentary of Sahih al-Bukhari. Ibn Hajar goes on to say, once there is ijma on a certain mas'ala, when there is consensus on this mas'ala, then if a person later on comes with his own opinion, we're not going to consider this. This last reference is very important to note. In the Ummah, we had many great scholars. From amongst them, Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah ta'ala, and his student Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah ta'ala. But not every scholar is free from mistake. Sometimes even the greatest scholars make mistake. Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah ta'ala and Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah ta'ala, they were the first people to promote, and obviously the father Majduddin, etc. But these people were the main to promote that no, 3 talaq equal 1. These were the first ulama to say this. Ibn Rajab Hanbali, who is one of their students, he writes a whole kitab refuting his ustad. That no, what my ustad said, that 3 talaq equal 1, that's wrong. 3 talaq equal 3. He writes a whole book, and he writes in that book, know that there is nothing established from the Sahaba, nothing
established from Sahaba, nothing established from the Tabi'een, nothing established from the previous A'imma, who are reliable, who people ask with regards to halal and haram, nothing established from them that 3 talaq after consummating the marriage equal 1. I.e. the opinion of my ustad and my ustad is wrong. So this is very important to note that these Salafi, ulama, Ahl Hadith, etc., our ustad, Damat Barakatum, we used to say that they call themselves Ahl Hadith, people of Hadith. And we call ourselves Ahlul Ahadith. We are people of all the Ahadith. We don't just take one Hadith and then come up with ruling. We look at the whole picture, looking at Quran, looking at all the Ahadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, looking at the fatwa of the Sahaba radiallahu ta'ala anhum, looking at the consensus of the Ummah, this opinion that 3 talaq equals 3 talaq. This is the final opinion. Anybody who says 1 equals 1 talaq, this is going against Quran, going against Sunnah, going against the fatwa of Sahaba, going against the consensus of the Ummah. And like Ibn Hajar mentions, their view isn't something that we should regard. Now, why have we gone in so much depth in this issue of 3 talaq equals 3 talaq? Because in our societies there is a lot of misconception, and people, they want to hear what is easiest for them. They don't know the mas'ala. This is why in the heat of the moment, they will just give 3 talaq. Now they're pereshan, they're worried, they don't know what to do. So they will come to us, we will say, no, you've given 3 talaq, look at all of these evidences, 3 talaq have taken place. They don't like this. So they'll go to other people, and then they will get some opinion that is baseless, that 3 talaq is 1, no, you can live with each other. Like we said, because of this, people are not taking this seriously. Even after 3 talaq, they're still living with each other. Like we said, them living with each other is haram. Their sleeping with each other is zina. Their children are children of zina. This is how serious it is. And this is why, after going through all of this, inshallah everybody here should be mutma'in and content that yes, this is the correct mas'ala, that 3 talaq equals 3 talaq. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to give us true understanding of His deen. Inshallah, we'll just call Hazrat Mufti Sahib, inshallah, to conclude.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Just touching on some of the points before we go to Maghrib Salah about these 3 talaq. Remember, obviously you've seen the Sahaba radiallahu ta'ala's fatwa, and the Quranic ayat is very clear about 3 being 3 and not 1. This is why we don't act like Christians where 3 is what? 3 God is 1 God. Now 3 is 3, man. So it's very important. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam also said, before Qiyamah, look at this hadith, before Qiyamah, people will have zina with their wives. How on earth do you have zina with your wife? Sexual relationship with the wife is halal. How can a person have zina with his wife? This is it. People don't realize, they don't look at the whole picture of the hadith, because the Sahaba understood the full picture. That's why they issue the fatwa according to the fatwa, what the fatwa is supposed to be. This can only happen when a person's marriage is broken and he thinks the marriage is still intact and they're having a relationship. So actually it's broken and they think it's correct and they're having relationship, so it's actually zina. Next point about these three, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, follow my sunnah and the sunnah of the Khulafa Rashidin, isn't it? Sunnah of the Khulafa Rashidin. So that's an instruction directly from Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam that follow my sunnah and the sunnah of the Khulafa, the Khalifa, the four Khulafa, Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, Ali radiallahu anhum. Okay? So, question is, could the Sahaba make something halal or haram which Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam made halal or haram? Look at this point, it's a very important point. Could the Sahaba make something haram which Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam made halal? If there is possibly that you can take from a sentence that Sahaba made haram something that Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam made halal, is that really? Could Sahaba do something like that? No, that's not possible. But what about this sentence then? So you can have two possibilities. One possibility is you accept that sentence which says the Sahaba made haram something Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam made halal, or you can say that sentence is wrong. You either accept the Sahaba or that sentence itself. Every sensible Muslim will understand that, the Sahaba cannot do something like that. So obviously, from the fatwa of the Sahaba who says 3 talak is actually 3, and just one incident of this, Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas narrating, must be some misunderstanding. Because he didn't go through the other hadiths as well because of lack of time. The other hadiths are there where the Prophet ﷺ, someone came and he said, I give my wife 3 talak. He said 3 is 3. There are many hadiths we couldn't obviously produce in front of you because of lack of time. There are many books written on this subject anyway. Next point, it was at the time of Sayyidina Umar radiallahu ta'ala. So these are very important points for the Muslim Ummah to understand. During the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam's time, there were many things scattered. And it remained scattered during the time of Sayyidina Abu Bakr radiallahu ta'ala and a portion of Sayyidina Umar radiallahu ta'ala's khilafat. Then during the main khilafat of Sayyidina Umar radiallahu ta'ala, many things were established. For example, one of the things that was established was, when does farz ghusl becomes farz? When a husband and wife meet. So Sahabas had different opinions. Sayyidina Umar radiallahu anhu said, no, we can't have different opinions. We have to come to a conclusion, otherwise the whole ummah will go astray. So he gathered all the Sahabas, fatwa and everyone together. We have to come to a conclusion. What is it? Go and ask the wives of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, have they had this incident? What is it? So then they realized, some of the Sahaba saying something possibility. Then they asked Aisha radiallahu ta'ala and said, no, this is ghusl becomes fard when the husband and wife meet, whether discharge takes place or not. You'll find this hadith in Bukhari, right? So just reading Bukhari is not going to give you an answer or anything, most of the things. You'll completely mess up the whole situation. So Sayyidah Aisha radiallahu anha said, ghusl becomes fard. After that incident, Sayyidina Umar radiallahu anhu gathering the Sahaba, he said, no, this is the actual fatwa. Because look what Aisha radiallahu anha is saying. So these Sahaba misunderstood. Thereafter, Hazrat Umar radiallahu ta'ala said, this is what it actually is. After that, no one should give the fatwa because the Sahaba had difference of opinions. After this, when they heard this hadith, no one had any difference of opinions. But you'll find the hadith in the books of hadith, but not the conclusion. The conclusion was given by the fatwa of the Sahaba. So when that became the consensus of all the Sahaba, after that, until today, until the day of Qiyamah, you'll not have this issue because the consensus, everyone united upon one fatwa. Do you understand? That was the Sahaba radiallahu anhu's fatwa. After that, Sayyidina Umar radiallahu anhu. Similarly, is the case with Taraweeh, for example. You hear Taraweeh is, 8 rakat, 11 rakat, 20, 36, etc., etc. Sayyidina Umar gathered the Sahaba, didn't he? And he said, look, we have to come to a conclusion. Because there's difference. What is the conclusion? So he looked at all the issues, every angle. He said 20. This is what Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas narrates because he saw Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam doing. So when they concluded, after that, what did the Ummah do? The entire Muslim Ummah in every masjid on the planet of this planet, from the time of Sayyidina Umar radiallahu anhu until today, well, until British rule in India, it was 20 rakat Taraweeh. After something, during the British rule, what happened? Something like that happened. Similarly, so then obviously the mix up. So fatwa was given that all the Sahaba's amal show that it was 20. Similarly, talak issue. Talak issue at the time of Sayyidina, there was difference. Now when he gathered all the Sahaba, the unanimous opinion had to be made because the rest of the Ummah would be misguided. So the unanimous opinion was that this is what's supposed to be. So this is where he quoted the hadith of Bukhari, etc., etc. And looking at the ayat of the Quran, it's very clear, 3 is 3. Right? So then that fatwa, from that onward, that time onwards, all the fatwa in all the mazhabs was 3 equals 3. Okay, so when you hear the consensus of the Sahaba, it is not permissible to go against the consensus of the Sahaba, meaning united opinion of the Sahaba. Like Farz Ghusl, like Taraweeh, like 3 talak, and many similar other issues like that. So when the consensus of the Sahaba is, unanimous opinion of the Sahaba is one thing, either you could say the Sahaba misunderstood and I'm understanding better, that's why I'm just going to say 3 is 1. Or you can say, Ya Allah, make it out, what am I doing? I'm actually misunderstanding. The Sahaba knew the Prophet ﷺ better than everyone else. They knew, understanding, like for example, women going to the masjid. Sayyidina Umar radiallahu anhu's time, it was, the Sahaba stopped it. How could he stop something like that Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam allowed? Do you understand the consensus? So Sahaba's time. So now, either you say you understand the Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's intended meaning or his action more than the Sahaba, or you say, nah, they understood better, obviously. So that's why you have found the fatwa in the kitabs. So fatawa is the thing that we, the Muslim Ummah, follows. Not just want something in the here and there. Next point, final point, before I go to the, I'm just going to take a few minutes to answer some of those questions, and then we'll finish here. So the fatwa of the Sahaba is something that the established, the Muslim Ummah is established upon. That we don't give any fatwa is not given against the Sahaba's opinions. Okay, we don't say that we know better than the Sahaba. No one can say that. Obviously, the enemies of Islam, like Shia and other people, they say that the Sahaba were wrong. They swear at the Sahaba. They say call all the Sahabas kafir except for 5. They don't count in the Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. Their opinions don't count. So this is very important. When the consensus of the Ummah and the Sahaba takes place, it is forbidden for the Ummah to take another opinion. Is this principle clear? When the consensus of the Sahaba, the unanimous opinion of the Sahaba takes place in any mas'ala, it is not permissible or halal for the Ummah to take another opinion and practice upon that. It's completely haram. That's the principle of the accepting and practice upon the hadith. Okay? It's very important to understand this. And obviously these issues, the Sahaba united upon those issues. And there are other things as well we can remember, but just these points, I just mentioned 3 points. Okay? Questions, and inshallah we'll give adhan. Some of the questions came from some sides. You see some of the answers, I'm just going to briefly give the answers, and if you want a lengthy answer, please just email whatever email you were given to, and inshallah we'll give the detailed answer. One question: how do we deal with a husband who prioritizes his family from back home and refuses to be supportive of the wife and children? Okay. Let's take the talak issues first. These things, because it requires a lengthy answer. Basically, his priority is supposed to be, some of these answers require one point, and the one point is, you find in your family such a group of intelligent people who understand, who everyone listens to, and sit down with them to explain the issue and tell them, resolve this issue for us. If not, then you go to the Sharia court. Okay, this is another option. If a man signs divorce papers but doesn't say talak, is it still considered a divorce? This happens nowadays regularly. You see, if the man signs and he knows what he's signing, very important, if the man signs this issue and he knows what he is signing, that this is a divorce, but he doesn't say it, then the divorce will take place. If he doesn't want to sign it, and they're forcing him to sign it, I don't want to sign it. Look, you're going to be forced, you just have to sign it. And he's forced to sign it, and he signs it but without any niyat or anything like that. I don't want to sign it. And they force him to sign it, then the talaq's not going to take place. Okay? Force has to be there. If the force is not there and he just signs it because, okay, fine, then it's okay, meaning he's actually divorced her. Okay? How do we deal with the family gathering where the family elders will be offended if segregation is requested? There is no obedience to the creation where the Creator is being disobeyed. Okay? Let them be offended, don't offend Allah and His Rasul. Meaning nicely, obviously. Then you have to nicely say it, but you cannot do that. You cannot go ahead because the elders are saying something. Okay, so some of the questions, like I said, please give the answer on the email. Can a wife request for her funeral cost to be paid from her own money? Yeah, she can. It's her own money. Her own money has no one else has a right over her own money. At wedding times, people give salami and keep a record of it and ensure they give the same or similar amount to the giver when they have a wedding. Is this allowed? Salami is a gift. Okay? Salami meaning people give money as a gift. You don't give that gift back. Okay? But it's just a silly custom that we have in our culture. You don't give anything back. When we were young, this salami was that if the person getting married is older than you and you give him 20 pounds, for example, he will give you 40 pounds back. So we used to give a lot of money at the time. Because of you, I'm going to get 20 pounds, I'm going to get double back. Meaning you used to get double back, whatever you gave. What on earth is that? It's completely haram. So salami is okay, it's a gift, so you don't give gifts back, it's not permissible. If a couple get divorced Islamically and legally and she is given a portion of his wealth by the courts, what is the Islamic view on this? Islamically, she cannot take that wealth. Okay? Because it's being forced and given without his will, and it's not even her wealth. So she cannot take that, she should give that back if the courts give anything, and half, etc. Okay? If we get divorced, who will take the kids? What if the courts rule in one spouse's favor? If the children are, for example, the boys, if there's male children, the mother will take control of the male children until the age of 7. After the age of 7, the father will take the children. In case of the girls, girls will remain with the mother until the age of 9, and after that, the father will take charge of the children. Okay? That's the Islamic rule. So you have to abide by the Islamic rule. Unless, obviously, the mother marries someone else, then the father will take charge of the children, whatever the case, whatever the age. Okay? How should a family deal with a family member whose spouse doesn't want to keep contact with the family? We've discussed that with the earlier time when we discussed this issue. How do you deal with it? You have to basically let go of your ego and try to keep the family intact. Okay? Some more question on message. What if after one talak the husband takes her back but she doesn't want to go back? Does she still need to go back? If it's talak raj'i number 1, remember, then she has to go back. Number 2, if for medical reason she doesn't have her haid, how is the iddat calculated? Is there a maximum time? 3 periods, 3 months, like the Quran says. Is there benefits for the man and wife praying together? If so, what and how should they pray? They can. The best is to, the wife will stand towards his right, behind his right, not completely behind, or she can stand completely behind as well as his right side just slightly behind him. Okay? Obviously it will create muhabbat, but this is not the Jamaat Salah is not more rewarding for the women. Individual prayer for the women is more rewarding. Okay? If a man says, go stay at your dad's house without any more explanation, but later clarified that it was for them to cool down, was it talak or not? Obviously the intention was there, so it was not talak at all. In the verse, it is not lawful for you to take back what you have given. Is it referring to mahr? Yes. When husband and wife get divorced but they have shared money or bank accounts, what does Islamic Sharia say about it? Like I explained earlier, whatever is the husband's, that's his. Whatever is yours is yours. No one else has the right over the wife's money. Okay? So whatever is yours is yours. Husband or each other's accounts. If khula is done, can she take him back again? Yes, they can just get married again. If a man refuses talaq but banished her out of the house, supposed to be, what can be done? Does he still need to give money for the kids? Yes, until that age, the husband will have to give money to the kids' money to protect the kids and needs of the children. If the husband, while discussing things with his wife and feeling angry, says, you can go or take your daughter with you, does that mean it is talaq? If it does, then after iddah, can they get married again without getting married to someone else? What if the husband says, I didn't mean divorce? You see, if the husband says, I didn't mean divorce, then, but the discussion was, well, okay, the discussion has to be about divorce. If the discussion was about divorce, look, you're getting out of your way, I'm going to divorce you, etc., thing like that happen, then we'll look at the issue. But if there is no discussion about the talaq, then the talaq will not take place. Okay? Does saying get lost or get out of my sight count as divorce? So Mufti Ishaq talked about this. So it doesn't. It depends on the intention. Does it only depend on if they are angry, or is it also the intention too? Intention. Okay? Anything else? Ji.
Can we get married at 30?
Anything else?
When a lady goes to Salat al-Bani, related to Salat al-Bani to Jahida, is the rules of Khadwa Paradise of that time. She bring the husband's house.
Talaq ba'in, she's out of the marriage. Yeah, so yes, they do apply.
So is that not create haraj because now she's in the house and the rules of family?
You see, if people live in the house with cousins or husband's brothers, etc., they still apply the rules of the parda, don't they? So it could be applied over here as well, if a little care is taken. Okay? Anything else?
Does the husband have to speak to his wife for divorce, or can he speak to her?
The husband does not require the wife's permission to divorce her. Okay? He can simply say divorce, or he can write divorce. If the person messages divorce, that will work. That will be divorce. If he just gives the third person the information that I have divorced my wife, that's sufficient. It will count as a divorce. Okay? Just rest of the questions, there's nothing else. Rest of the questions, inshallah, just email and we'll get back to you, inshallah. Jazakumullah khair. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us the understanding of His deen. May Allah enable us to practice upon the deen. Wa akhiru da'wan and alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Subhanallah wa subhanaka wa ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk.
Adhan has been done, so inshallah we'll start salah immediately. So the sisters upstairs.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, ashhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah, ashhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah. Hayya ala salah, hayya ala salah, hayya ala al-falah, hayya ala al-falah. قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين قل يا أيها الكافرون لا أعبد ما تعبدون ولا أنتم عابدون ما أعبد ولا أنا عابد ما عبدتم ولا أنتم عابدون ما أعبد لكم دينكم ولي دين. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. استغفر الله. Just one or two announcements. First and foremost, Jazakumullahu khairan for attending today's program. May Allah Ta'ala reward you all. May Allah Ta'ala make this beneficial for all of us and for our locality. Ameen. Inshallah, we will have further programs in the future as well. So please look out for posters, etc. before Ramadan, after Ramadan as well. Inshallah. Also with today's material, so today's slides and also the slides from last time, inshallah this will be emailed to you on the email that you used to register. So inshallah that will be emailed to you. And also from last time, the du'as for marriage, du'as for having children, etc. We said at that time that we would give you something. So alhamdulillah, it's been printed out. Inshallah, volunteers will be giving this paper to you on your way out as well, inshallah. Again, these are Quran ayat printed. So please handle these papers with respect, with wudu, and the Arabic with wudu, and keep it somewhere respectful, inshallah. May Allah Ta'ala accept from all of us. Jazakumullahu khairah.